Thank you for tuning in to Parliament Television today, Thursday, 8th December 2022, as we stand by for the resumption of business at 14:30 hours. On live commentary, I'm Claudette Sindaza-Jones.
Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us. My name is Matima Mko, and of course, on our sign language interpreter is Jason Manda, who will be later joined on by Chola Kauma. Time now to look at business that was considered on the floor of the House yesterday, Wednesday, the 7th of December 2022.
Madam Speaker did make an announcement. She informed the House that the annual general meeting of the Inter-Parliamentary Union IPU, which was supposed to take place on Thursday, 29th November 2022, will be held on Thursday, 8th December 2022 in the amphitheatre at Parliament main buildings at 9:30 hours. She encouraged honourable members to attend the important meeting.
After that, an announcement, there was a ruling by Madam Speaker. She reminded the House that on Friday, 17th June 2022, after she had rendered a ruling on a point of order by Reverend G. Katuta, Member of Parliament for Chienge, Honorable M. Haimbe, Minister of Justice, raised a point of order against Mr. Mnia Zulu, Member of Parliament for Lumezi, based on Diamond Television. Today's topic program aired on Thursday, 16th June 2022 at 21:30 hours. The minister sought to establish whether Mr. Mnia Zulu, Member of Parliament, was in order to utter remarks that disparaged the Speaker in the House during the said program.
Madam Speaker stated, based on her guidance in the Katape case, the Committee on Privileges and Absences, to which the point of order by Honorable M. Haimbe was referred, arrived at the conclusion that the matter was wrongly before it because it had been commenced using the wrong procedure, and recommended that it be ruled inadmissible. Madam Speaker noted that the decision of the committee was consistent with her ruling in the Katape and subsequent rulings on similar points of order, and therefore ruled that the point of order by Honorable M. Haimbe MP against Mr. Mnia Zulu MP was inadmissible. Thereafter, Mr. Kalobo, who is the Kili Member of Parliament, did move a motion that this House urges the government to recapitalize Mopani compromise, and this motion was negatived.
The House went on to consider 5 government bills, and the first one was the Income Tax Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 26 of 2022, which was read the second time, and so this bill was committed to the Committee of the whole House, and committee stage will take place on Tuesday, which is 13th December 2022.
The House also considered the Customs and Excise Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 27 of 2022, was read the second time and committed to the whole House, and by the Acting Minister of Finance and National Planning, and committee stage will be taken on Tuesday, 13th December 2022.
The House will also consider the Value Added Tax Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 28 of 2022, which was read the second time, and this bill was committed to the Committee of the whole House, and committee stage will be taken today.
This was followed by the Property Transfer Tax Bill, National Assembly Bill number 29 of 2022, which was equally read the second time and committed to the Committee of the whole House by the Acting Minister of Finance and National Planning, and committee stage will be taken today.
The House went on to consider the Mines and Minerals Development Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 31 of 2022, and so a motion was made and question was proposed, and there was a division in which members of Parliament voted electronically. The ayes had 59 votes, the noes had 27 votes, and so question was resolved in the affirmative, and so committee stage for this bill will take place today.
Thereafter, the House resolved into Committee of Supply, considered Head 89, that's the Ministry of Agriculture, which was agreed to, and under consideration was Head 80, that's the Ministry of Education, and it being 19:10 hours, the chairperson interrupted the proceedings and committee work stood adjourned. The House adjourned yesterday accordingly at 19:13 hours. Time now to look at today's business.
And so when business resumes at 14:30 hours, we expect the House to consider 7 government bills, and the first one, which is the Criminal Procedure Code Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 24 of 2022, which is coming at second reading stage.
We have the Penal Code Bill, National Assembly Bill number 25 of 2022, at second reading stage. It will be followed by the Pension Scheme Regulation Bill, National Assembly Bill number 30 of 2022, also coming at second reading stage.
The House will also consider the Value Added Tax Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 28 of 2022, which is coming at committee stage, and the Property Transfer Tax Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 29 of 2022, which is also coming at committee stage.
And the last bill that will be considered at committee stage is the Mines and Minerals Development Bill, National Assembly Bill number 31 of 2022, and we expect the House thereafter to resolve into Committee of Supply, and there's going to be resumption of committee work for Head 80, that's the Ministry of Education. The Honourable Minister of Education, Honourable Siakalima, will continue delivering his policy statement for Head 80, that's the Ministry of Education.
We also expect the House to consider Head 85, which is the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources. Head 39 also is coming up for consideration, which is the Smart Zambia Institute.
And this will be followed by Head 44, Ministry of Labour and Social Security. And lastly for today, Head 86, Ministry of Fisheries and Livestock. And so there you have it. That's the business that is expected to be considered on the floor of the House. And there you have it, the Speaker's position making its way into the chamber. Stay tuned right here on the only station that brings Parliament closer to you.
Honorable members of Parliament, Madam Speaker.
And sing of Zambia, proud and free, land of wealth and joy in unity, victors in the struggle for our rights. We want freedom's fight, oh, one, strong and free. Africa is our own motherland, fashioned with and blessed by those who blend. Let us, all our people, join as one, brothers under the sun. Oh, one, strong and free. One land and one nation is our cry. Dignity and peace in Zambia's sky, like a noble eagle in its flight. Zambia, praise to thee, oh, one, strong and free. Praise be to God, praise be, bless our great Zambia, Zambia, Zambia. Remain we stand under the flag of our land. Zambia, praise to thee, oh, one, strong and free.
Prayer. Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness has appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to consider with your abundant favor us, your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important responsibilities in this land. Let your blessing descend upon us here in Parliament assembled, and grant that we may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation, in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country, and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen. The clerk will now read the orders of the day.
The Criminal Procedure Code Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 24 of 2022, second reading.
The Honorable Minister of Justice.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the bill be now read a second time.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Any debate? The Honorable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, thank you, Madam Speaker. Begging your pardon. Madam Speaker, the current Criminal Procedure Code, Chapter 88 of the Laws of Zambia, was enacted in 1933 to facilitate the application of the Penal Code Act, Chapter 87 of the Laws of Zambia, in matters relating to the procedure for criminal cases. However, from the time of the enactment of the Criminal Procedure Code, the Act has never been comprehensively reviewed, and it contains archaic provisions, including the death penalty and the offense of defamation of the President. Madam Speaker and honorable members of the House, a review of the CPC Act was prompted by an outcry from stakeholders in the criminal justice system who observed that the Criminal Procedure Code has never been comprehensively reviewed, as aforementioned. In response to concerns, the Zambia Law Development Commission was tasked to carry out stakeholder consultations. The Zambia Law Development Commission submitted a report of its findings and a draft bill to the Ministry of Justice in February this year. Madam Speaker, following the submission of the report and the draft bill, the Ministry of Justice considered which provisions of the Criminal Procedure Code required to be amended urgently. The amendment has been necessitated by the need to align the legislation relating to the death penalty and defamation of the President with international best practice. Additionally, the amendments to the Criminal Procedure Code are consequential to the amendment of the Penal Code, which is also before this House. Madam Speaker, it should be recalled that His Excellency the President of the Republic of Zambia, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, stated during the opening of the second session of the 13th National Assembly that amendments relating to the abolition of the death penalty and the law relating to criminal defamation of the President would be tabled before this House. It is on the premise of the foregoing, and in order to actualize the pronouncements made by the Republican President, that the CPC Amendment Bill 2022 is before this House for consideration. The amendment will further fortify the respect for human rights and liberties enshrined in the Constitution. Madam Speaker, the objectives of the Criminal Procedure Code Amendment Bill 2022 are to replace the penalty of death with life imprisonment and repeal the penalty of defamation of the President. The amendments are made in order to align the provisions of the Criminal Procedure Code Act with the provisions of the Penal Code once the amendments are enacted. Madam Speaker, it should be noted that the amendments to the Criminal Procedure Code Act do not in any way contravene the provisions of the Constitution, Chapter 1 of the Laws of Zambia. This is so because Article 12(1) of the Constitution makes it clear that the death penalty can only apply if there is a law providing for such a penalty. Further, the Constitution does not prescribe the offenses that warrant a death penalty. Therefore, Article 12(1) of the Constitution is drafted in a manner that allows for the death penalty, but the article does not make it mandatory to have the death penalty on the statute book. Madam Speaker, this bill is very progressive and should be supported because the proposed amendment is intended to allay anticipated inconsistencies in the law and enable the country to comply with international best practice on the right to life, freedom of speech, and defamation of the President. I urge honorable members of this august House to wholeheartedly support it. Madam Speaker, I beg to move.
Thank you. Any further debate? The chairperson of the Committee on Legal Affairs, Human Rights and Governance, the Honorable Member for Katombor. I see there is an acting chairperson. May the acting chairperson, the Honorable Member for Kalabo Central, please debate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Committee on Legal Affairs, Human Rights and Governance was tasked to scrutinize the Penal Code Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill. Sorry, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Committee on Legal Affairs, Human Rights and Governance was tasked to scrutinize the Criminal Procedure Code Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 24 of 2022. Referred to it by the House, Madam Speaker, I wish to put on record that the majority of the stakeholders who appeared before the committee and tendered in their submissions supported the bill. The committee agrees with the stakeholders and also supports this bill. Madam Speaker, the House will note that the amendments to the Criminal Procedure Code have been necessitated by the amendments to the Penal Code Act through the Penal Code Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill, number 25 of 2022, which was also referred to the committee. It is therefore important for the House to understand that the main focus of the Criminal Procedure Code is on procedure for administration of substantive criminal law in Zambia. It provides for the procedure to be followed in criminal cases when sentencing convicts. The Criminal Procedure Code operates in tandem with the Penal Code Act, Chapter 87 of the laws of Zambia, which is the principal legislation that provides for various offenses and the sentences thereof. Madam Speaker, in view of this, I will not go into the detail of the committee's observations and recommendations, as I am confident that the honorable members have had occasion to acquaint themselves with what is in the report, notwithstanding. Madam Speaker, there are some technical issues which were raised by some of the stakeholders, which I want the government to note. The first issue is with regard to the interchangeable use of the terms life imprisonment and imprisonment for life. The criminal law experts who interacted with the committee cautioned that there was need to be careful with the use of these terminologies, as they had different meanings and implications on the sentences that would be imposed on the different categories of offenses that attract these penalties. The committee has attempted to highlight this issue in its report with a specific reference to Clause 8 of the bill. Secondly, Madam Speaker, regarding Clause 5 of the bill, which seeks to amend Section 175, subsection 1 of the Principal Act by deletion of the word death and the substitution with the word life imprisonment. Stakeholders submitted that this amendment would entail that the discretion of the court to order compensation for the long list of offenses currently punishable by life imprisonment would be taken away, because such offenses would fall within what is exempted from ordering compensation. Stakeholders were of the view that this is not the intention of the bill. As such, the discretion to order compensation should be left as it is, but should not be applied to the offenses that currently attract death penalty, namely murder, treason, and aggravated robbery with a firearm. Finally, Madam Speaker, with regard to Clause 6 of the bill, stakeholders observed that once the amendment was effected, the life imprisonment sentence would now fall among cases which require a certificate of sentence to be forwarded to the President. This appears to be outside the intention of the bill, as the requirement of the certificate of sentence being sent to the President will now be redundant and should therefore be dropped. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, I wish to thank you and the Clerk of the National Assembly for the support and services rendered to the committee throughout its deliberations. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Any further debate? Honorable members, just by way of guidance, as we debate, let's bring out new issues to avoid being repetitive. We don't have much time, so we have to manage our time, so that we can also allow as many members that want to express themselves can be given an opportunity. The Honorable Member for Pambashe.
I thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, reading through the report and listening to the Minister speaking, I was at sea. I was a bit lost. That's why I asked for the Constitution of the Republic of Zambia. And I have Part 3, which deals with the protection of human rights, and to be specific, number 12.1. Madam Speaker, in 2016 general election, we, the people of Zambia, decided to go to vote, and Zambians called for the amendment of the Constitution. And because part number 3 calls for the general participation of the Zambian people, we called for a referendum. And this referendum was to allow the Zambians to have a direct say on what they wish to be contained in the Constitution. And part 3, to be specific, number 12, Madam Speaker, talks about the life, to take away the person. For the avoidance of the doubt, let me quote: a person shall not be deprived of his life intentionally, except in execution of the sentence of a court in respect of a criminal offense under the law in force in Zambia, of which he has been convicted of. The offenses that subject somebody to be executed are prescribed in the proposed bill that the minister is bringing to this August House, wanting the House to amend. But where I have a problem, Madam Speaker, is where we want to deal with a child and then we leave a father. I was with a strong view that when His Excellency the President addressed the Zambian people and he promised to deal with the matter of not executing Zambians as a form of punishment. And the Minister of Justice, on several occasions, he stood and said we need to deal with non-contentious matter in the Constitution of Zambia, so that once we amend this clause in the Constitution, it would have been easier for us to deal with the sub-registrations. Those are the bills and we are considering today. I have a problem, Madam Speaker, supporting us by amending the bill, by amending the parliamentary registration without dealing with the Constitution. We have Zambians that tomorrow that bill may pass. You go to Constitution Court and require the interpretation of this Constitution provision. Because the Constitution has provided for death penalty. Though the cases under which a person must be executed are not listed in the Constitution, are listed in the sub-registration. Now we want to deal with the sub-registration and we leave the subject matter in the Constitution. In November, Madam Speaker, we say, "Okuninini omuti kumabula." Meaning we are beginning things upstairs down, instead of to begin with the what contentions that the Zambian people have been calling for. In so many commissions, I'd expected the Minister of Justice to call a stakeholders meeting, members of Parliament, and say, look, this has been the matter Zambians have been submitting through and through. Can we deal with this subject? We amend the Constitution. I don't think it would have been difficult, Minister, but to begin by bringing the Act of Parliament, we amend the Act of Parliament, and then the principal law in the Constitution still stands. I think I don't see it as the right way of dealing with things, Madam Speaker, bearing in mind that there are a number of provisions in the Constitution that we need to deal with. Then tomorrow, I hope we will not expect another amendment to say, okay, since we plan to deal with the delimitation, let's amend the Electoral Process Act by providing for more constituencies in the Electoral Process Act with a view that we shall amend the Constitution. My strongest view, Minister, my strongest view, Madam Speaker, would have been deal with the subject matter in the Constitution. Then we should then begin dealing with the sub-registration. This is my strong view, and I felt I must bring it to the Zambian people to understand that this is a route which we tried as Patriot Front then in government. We wanted to do things correctly. We went with the Constitution, and we understand that this provision requires a referendum. We went to the Zambian people. Unfortunately, the referendum did not pass. Again today, to begin by amending the cases that would subject someone to be convicted to the execution without dealing with the principal law in the Constitution, we may be contradicting each other. With this strong appeal to the Minister that it will be better, Minister, you consider withdrawing this provision and deal with the Constitution. Once we deal with the Constitution amendment, it will be easier for us to come and amend, because the Minister, you must understand, human rights cannot be determined by this August House. This requires the subject of every Zambian to vote. That's why it must be amended by the referendum, according to Part 3 of the Constitution of Zambia. It requires my mother in Stotera village to vote whether she agrees with the thinking of the government or not. It requires the grandmother in Chipata to agree whether she agrees with the thinking of the government. But if we begin dealing with the sub-registration without amending the Constitution on the issues of deformation of the president, it's a good proposal, but the office of the president must be protected. Must be protected, Madam Speaker. We must be able to deal with the matters as much as we would want to. But we must not forget that African governance, we transcend from the chiefdom. And we know how kings and chiefs are treated in our chiefdoms, in where we are coming from. This is not to take away the people's liberty. This is not to take away the people's opinion to criticize their leaders. But we must also bear in mind that certain positions comes with certain responsibilities. With these statements, Madam Speaker, and strong appeal to the minister, specifically for the death penalty, to consider dealing with this subject with the legal requirement that it deserves, that Zambian people must vote through the referendum. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Because we don't have much time, the people that have indicated, we'll start with the Honorable Member for Kanchivia, Usakile, then Shiwangandu. Please, if you can yield some time, it will be appreciated. No need to repeat. The Honorable Member for Kanchivia.
Madam Speaker, thank you so much, and I'm guided. I'll try to be as brief as I can be in my submission. I want to believe that in bringing about these bills to Parliament, the intention is well noted. But, Madam Speaker, we must be clear about the society we are living in and whether or not this society is ready for these kind of reforms to our legal system. Madam Speaker, we speak of the right to life and the argument anchored in protecting and defending human rights as a matter of right, that a person has a right to life and no one has a right to take that life from them. But we know that there are jurisdictions such as the United States of America, which prides itself as a defender, a protector of human rights, still maintaining this particular piece of legislation on its books in all the 27 states, if memory serves me right. And so much as we want to change, and change is inevitable, my appeal would be that we need to reflect on whether society is at a point where we can have death penalty off our statutes. For the simple reason, Madam Speaker, that there are many of us in this assembly, in this great assembly, who've been victims, where we've lost people that are very close to us. So you see a criminal who takes away the life of your parent, your brother, your sister, your mother, and then you see them just, I don't know how it's going to sit with what society is right now. Madam Speaker, society has a moral obligation to protect the safety and welfare of its citizens. And what murderers do is to threaten the safety and welfare of society. And even as we seek to move in that direction, let us ask ourselves what message we'll be sending to the would-be offenders, the would-be criminals in our society. Madam Speaker, we also need to ask ourselves that if this is what we need to do, then what are we putting in place to ensure that a murderer who is committed to life sentence and probably at some point is released on parole does not murder again? It's also very important, Madam Speaker, for us to ask whether or not we do not need harsh penalties beyond life sentencing so as to serve as a deterrent to would-be offenders? What about issues of retribution for the victims and their families and society at large? So these are some of the reservations that we would have even as we seek to advance in that direction. Our core would be that we ask whether or not society is at a point where we can live without this piece of legislation. And what role would parole continue to play, or isn't parole adequate in ensuring that those who do reform whilst in custody or serving capital punishment sentences, would have parole and released and still be able to join society at that point? Regarding the question of defamation of the president, again, we are going to place on record that this institution is a critical institution. Again, we need to understand where we are as society and whether we do understand the price that comes with the responsibilities we have, freedom of expression, but that freedom comes with certain responsibilities. And whether or not society can handle. I'm a believer in having freedom of expression. It's very, very important. But whether or not society has come of age is a question that I'm battling with right now. With those remarks, Madam Speaker, I wish to submit. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Usakili.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for allowing me to comment on the criminal procedure and the penal code. I'll be very brief, Madam Speaker. Amendment of this law required us to start with the main law, not the subsidiary law, so that we could align it with the international laws, also address the duplication that arises in other laws. Madam Speaker, this law, in other jurisdictions, the death penalty is considered as a necessary law. In some Christian countries, including the Muslim countries, however, there's been no clear evidence that capital punishment or the death penalty has been an effective deterrent to would-be offenders. And if you check, Madam Speaker, humanity inherently is evil, selfish, and greedy. On the other hand, humanity is inherently kind, loving, and capable of exercising self-control. Madam Speaker, humanity by nature, Ubuntu, we exist as Ubuntu, and it outweighs the evil aspect of it. It is for this reason that we should be focused as a country to build a human society. Our society does not need us to exercise eye for an eye. Otherwise, we risk having a blind nation. Madam Speaker, let me briefly also comment on the defamation of the president. Defamation of the president is a bad law. And historically, this one emanates from the insults of the crown in the United Kingdom, of which these architects of the same law, they have done away with this law. And my expectation on this particular one, this one was supposed to be abolished completely, not even talk about it, because our young democracy demands for citizen participation in the governance system. And citizen voice, again, Madam Speaker, is very important in holding politicians, including the president, accountable where development is concerned. So if we curtail the voice of citizens, then we are operating against the demands of our young democracy. We will never grow democratically. What we expect is the president to grow a thick skin. In the United Kingdom, in America, presidents, we've seen presidents, they are insulted. There are several comments that are nasty comments that are put across them. And it has never been a deterrent in terms of development. They are still developing. So the proposal from the good people of Usakira is that defamation of the president does not need any amendment. We just need to abolish this. We do away completely. Let us just strengthen the ethics, the code of ethics. Our constitution provides for this. Let us strengthen them so that we see how our citizens can be controlled. Madam Speaker, with these few remarks, I don't support piecemeal amendments. I don't support amendments that begins with the subsidiary law, leaving out the main law. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
The Honorable Member for Shuangando.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to make a few comments on the proposals by the Honorable Minister of Justice. Madam Speaker, indeed, it must be understood that the Criminal Procedure Code the Minister is seeking to amend, the code simply focuses on the procedure for administration of the substantive criminal law, which I think later on the Minister will be putting on the table, which is the Penal Code. Now, Madam Speaker, like my colleagues have stated earlier on, Honorable Minister, we on this side have got a difficulty to come with you on these proposals. Simply put, like Honorable Chitotela stated, the issues that we are dealing with forms part of Part 3 of the Constitution, and which Part 3 requires the people's participation. The people of Zambia must pronounce themselves on these matters through a referendum. We had an opportunity which was missed in 2016 to deal with Part 3, which has remained in its current status in the old Constitution, to have expanded Bill of Rights. What you need, Honorable Minister, to be systematic is to revisit that same opportunity. We can still create another opportunity so that we give people a chance to speak to these very critical matters. It doesn't help by dealing with subsidiary legislation like my colleagues have said, and you leave Part 3 stands as it is. Then you haven't abolished anything. And that's a piecemeal my colleagues are speaking to. We would want to work with you because we know these are matters that our people of Zambia would want us to reach a common understanding. Yourselves on our right, on the Madam Speaker's right, and ourselves here, through the people. We don't want to misrepresent the people, because if it was just an ordinary legislation, which we use ordinary number majority here, it would have been straightforward. But this, Honorable Minister, you need to have the people's say. You can't use shortcuts to deal with Part 3, Honorable Minister, because this is what we're trying to do here. What are we desperately trying to cure, if I may ask? Honorable Chanda for Kanchibia was talking about the provisos that are in the Constitution to deal with the preservation of life, even for those who are sentenced to death, imprisonment. Article 97 of the current Constitution provides for prerogative of mercy, which is carried out by the prerogative of mercy of a committee on prerogative of mercy, which advises the presidency on how the presidency can utilize Article 96. So, let's not take people's rights away by pretending to be preserving their rights. It's not correct, Honorable Minister. We are very few here, 150 something. The reason why there was a cap to say this part of the Constitution cannot be touched by ensuring that the people, the majority Zambians, through a referendum, do make recommendations. There are reports that are standing. And I remember eminent persons like Mr. Ruben Usfuga going around the country to hear people's voices on some of these matters. So, Honorable Minister, we, on this side, have decided not to go with you with this piecemeal approach. We would like you to take a holistic approach to deal with the Bill of Rights, Part 3 of the Constitution. None of us here, because even if today we give you this, using the numbers that you have, if we abolished death penalty or the sentences, the cases that you are bringing, the answer is no.
There is a point of order which is being raised. Honorable Member for Momba. What's the point of order?
Madam Speaker, thank you for giving me this opportunity to raise on this point of order, according to our standing orders number 65. Let me apologize also to my colleague for disrupting this sort of debate. Madam Speaker, this House needs to be consistent in now the area we deal with these issues. Last week or so, we brought to this House, as Planning and Budgeting Committee, 2 bills, and in particular the Securities Bill, which the committee recommended not to support. And my Honourable Member of Parliament for Shiwangandu rose and debated that it would be very difficult to go against the committee's recommendation, because, Madam Speaker, according to his word, that was your report. Today, Madam Speaker, the committee on legal has recommended that the acting chairperson for the committee has indicated, in fact, that the committee supported the bill. Madam Speaker, is the Honourable Member of Parliament for Shiwangandu, in order to keep on contradicting himself, in order for him to fit his own thoughts. Madam Speaker, as I said earlier on, we need to be consistent. Let the yes be yes and the no be no. Madam Speaker, I seek your serious ruling on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. As guided on that particular day when we were debating that bill, the report of the committee is merely there to assist members in debating the matter that is before the House. The honourable members are not going to vote on the contents of the report, but rather on whether the bill should be read a second time. And there are so many rulings to that effect. So by way of guidance, honourable members, a report of the committee on a bill is not binding on the members of that committee. So may the honourable member for Shiwangandu conclude his debate. But please, as you do that, don't repeat what has already been said. We are trying to manage time, honourable member. You may conclude.
Thank you so much. Madam Speaker, I want to press it on record that we have had 2 heads of states from the legal fraternity. President Levi Mwanawasa, may so rest in peace, and the recent past president, President Edgar Lungu. They were very much alive to these provisions. And I want to say to my colleagues who are laughing, I've been at the center of these issues for a very long time. So you must understand that. Madam Speaker, the situation as we have had it, Zambia as a country, we have observed a moratorium. And I think that I can debate in details as we come to the Penal Code. We have a moratorium, Madam Speaker, insofar as the death penalty is concerned and the execution of those people that are sentenced to death. since 2007. If all those providents who were there thought this was the quickest way to do it, I can assure you they would have done it. But they were alive to the fact that the part 3 must have the people's say. And the option they all opted to go with, including the other 2 presidents, was to observe a moratorium and also utilize Article 97 by commuting those death sentences to life imprisonment. And we know the challenges that have gone with non-execution of those that are sentenced to death. The space that these people are kept on, which is called the condemned, has been very limited. But we did realize, and that's how we started working on the new facilities in order to expand the collection service facilities. So there is not much that we are going to achieve by taking this piecemeal approach, because already, like I've stated, the previous presidents, because it's about the presidents not exercising their final authority to commit people or to get these people who are sentenced to have the executions done. So, Madam Speaker, we would want the minister to reconsider this approach by doing the right thing. First thing first, we shouldn't use this shortcut of dealing with subsidiary legislation and forget to deal with part 3 as it stands. I submit, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Justice, winding up debate.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let me begin by thanking the Honorable Vice Chairperson of the Committee on Legal Affairs, Human Rights and Governance for the report and for supporting the bill currently under consideration. May I also thank the honorable members that have taken time to debate this particular bill, in particular the honorable member for Pambashe, the honorable member for Kanchibia, the honorable member for Usakile, and last but not the least, the honorable member for Shiwangandu. Your contributions add value to the debates and the floor of this House, even though, of course, Madam Speaker, there are a number of misconceptions that have been put forward in the debate on the matters. To the committee, we note the technical issues that have been put forward, and we are grateful for the guidance given. They are duly noted and will be taken into consideration as the bill progresses on the floor of the House. Madam Speaker, there is perhaps a matter that needs a serious clarification as we wind up debate on this particular bill. The English say that the ends justify the means. And I think that is something that we ought to seriously consider as we look at the matter at hand and the legal processes that are being undertaken in order to give effect to the will of the people of Zambia to do away with the death penalty. To start, the fact that it is the will of the people of Zambia has been demonstrated over the last 25 years, as indeed debated by one of the colleagues. Zambia has enjoyed a moratorium on the death penalty since 1997. What is the implication of this? We all agree and accept that the people choose elected representatives to exercise their will. The elected representatives of the people of Zambia have for 25 years consistently said, we will not allow the death penalty. We will not allow execution of individuals under capital punishment in this country. That is already an expression of the supreme will of the people of Zambia. And all the New Dawn government is doing is saying, instead of having a de facto abolitionist state, it's time we put skin in the game. It's time we change the law to show that we mean what we say as the people of Zambia after 25 years of not executing anyone. That is the will of the people of Zambia speaking. Indeed, President Hakainde Hichilema represents the people of Zambia and has spoken on their behalf in saying that we must abolish the death penalty de jure, not just de facto. We must begin to put an end to these matters if we are serious about them, and not simply say, I can sign when I deem fit to do so or not. We all know the implications of Article 97 of the Constitution, but that means that we are leaving a serious issue like the life of another individual to the whims and caprices of the person that is holding the office of president, or indeed those that advise on whether or not the prerogative of mercy should be applied. We are removing subjectivity and saying each and every Zambian who finds themselves in that situation must be protected by the law. To suggest, Madam Speaker, that because Part 3 of the Constitution, and in particular Article 12, provides a ceiling that we can't change the floor, is to take a view that is narrow. Because the only way that one can implement the provisions of the Constitution which protect the right to life is to remove the power given in the Constitution for a court, given in the Constitution and in the subsidiary laws, for a court to pronounce a death penalty. It follows, as a matter of logic, that when the death penalty is removed from the statute book, then it means that the provision in the Constitution which says that the right to life can be detracted from on the basis of subsidiary law ceases to have effect. So talking about amending the Constitution as the only means to achieving the same ends
Order, Honorable Minister, Honorable Member for Usakile, you were given an opportunity to debate. So please, let's listen and hear so that we hear both sides of the story. You were given an opportunity to debate. May the Honorable Minister continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Members. I was saying, Madam Speaker, that by taking away that power, then we are giving effect to the true intention of Part 12 of the Constitution, which is to protect the right to life. It is very straightforward and simply logical. And the people of Zambia have participated in that process through their representatives, as earlier demonstrated, and even as your committee deliberated. We all know the processes that are followed when when a bill is before the floor of this House. Public participation is one of the things that is done. So it's not correct, Madam Speaker, with due respect, for anyone to suggest that the people of Zambia have not spoken on this issue. Madam Speaker, it was suggested that perhaps the removal of the death penalty is intended to not take care of the interests of the victims. That can be further from the truth. The victims are always as important as the perpetrators when it comes to the right to life and to closure. And indeed, the Honorable Member for Kanchiwia raised an important point that we need to put in place mechanisms to allow for closure for those that have been victims or their relatives have been victims of capital offenses. We never take away from them. They are as important or even more important than the perpetrator. But the plight of the victim cannot be justification for taking away the life of the perpetrator. And there are means and ways, and this government is looking effectively at bringing those means and ways once we implement this provision, including more effective policing by the law enforcement agencies as a means of preventing or at least curtailing some of these offenses from occurring. Putting in place institutions that will help manage the process of closure from end to end. Indeed, there are many mechanisms that can be put in place to take care of the interest of the victims. We are not saying that we condone the offense. We are simply saying that a life for a life is a principle that would not respect the human rights that we all promised as the people of Zambia through our constitution to protect. Madam Speaker, defamation of the president. Contrary to the assertion that there is a piecemeal amendment that is being put in place, the entire provision under the Penal Code is being repealed. It will cease to exist. So the honorable member can take comfort in that fact. But, Madam Speaker, the point to take away of critical importance is that with the freedoms that we are guaranteeing as the New Dawn government, by removal of some of these provisions, comes responsibility. And it is the responsibility of all of us in this House, including my colleagues on the left, to now begin to understand that those freedoms must be protected by each and every one of us. We must take responsibility and stop the scourge of insults, politics of insults, unnecessary insults. Yes, His Excellency has demonstrated that he has a thick skin. The very first of a line of presidents to be brave enough to say, I'll remove this 1930s. The proof of the pudding is in the eating. Nobody else has done it. It's a fact whether you question or not. The only one that has been brave enough to say, I'll put it in black letter law, that I will not allow this instrument called the defamation of the president to be used as a weapon the way it has in the past. That, Madam Speaker, is commendable, and it is for every right-minded Zambian to say we are moving forward as a people with progressive provisions that are aimed at protecting our fundamental rights and freedom, the right to life and the freedom of expression. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Before we proceed, Honorable Member for Pambashe, you have a point of order. What's the point of order?
I thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise on the point of order on our standing order number 65 that demands that the information we give to this House and to the Zambian people must be factual. Therefore, Madam Speaker, is the Minister in his winding on the matter of life in order to mislead the Zambian people that we, elected here as their representatives, we have the power to begin tampering with what is enshrined in Part 3 of the Zambian Constitution that requires a referendum. I seek your serious guidance, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Pambashe. That was your argument against the second reading of the bill, which you are still bringing in now as a point of order. That goes to the legal argument. What you are presenting here is a legal argument. You have presented your side. The Honorable Minister has rebutted. It's up to the members to make a decision. So the Honorable Minister is in order. That is his interpretation. Is the one with the mandate to bring the bill before this House. Whether the members agree or don't agree, that is a choice that they make themselves. So we can make progress. I put the question. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary, say no. I think the ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Let the bill be read a second time.
The Criminal Procedure Code Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 24 of 2022.
Committee stage to be taken when?
Tomorrow, Madam Speaker.
Committee stage to be taken tomorrow, Friday, the 9th of December 2022. Next order.
The Penal Code Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 25 of 2022, second reading.
The Honorable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing me this opportunity to make a few remarks on the Penal Code Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 25 of 2022. Madam Speaker, the current Penal Code, Chapter 87 of the Laws of Zambia, has among others, archaic provisions that are reflective of a colonial legacy and do not conform to the advancements in society and international law and best practice. As already alluded to, Madam Speaker, in the debate relating to the Criminal Procedure Code, a review of the Penal Code Act was prompted by an outcry from stakeholders, and accordingly, we have brought this bill before the floor of the House in order to address those concerns. Pending the holistic review, Madam Speaker, of the Penal Code in its entirety, there is need to urgently align legislation relating to the death penalty and defamation of the President to international best practice. Madam Speaker, it is on the premise of the foregoing and in order to actualize the pronouncements made by His Excellency the President of the Republic of Zambia that the Penal Code Amendment Bill 2022 is before this House for consideration. The objective of the Penal Code Amendment Bill 2022 is to promote the right to life and the freedom of expression as enshrined in the Constitution, and to ensure that Zambia, as aforementioned, conforms to international best practice. Madam Speaker, it should be noted that the amendments of the Penal Code Act do not in any way contravene the provisions of the Constitution, and indeed that the removal of the death penalty from the statute book will not in any way contravene the provisions of Article 12 of the Constitution aforementioned. Madam Speaker, it should be noted that previous Republican presidents have exercised the moratorium on the death penalty since 1997 in exercise of their powers under Article 97 of the Constitution. This bill, Madam Speaker, is progressive and should be supported because the proposed amendment is intended to allay any inconsistencies in the law. Madam Speaker, in view of the earlier debate, I would urge members of this august House to wholeheartedly support the proposed bill to amend the Penal Code. Madam Speaker, I beg to move.
Thank you. Any further debate? The chairperson of the Committee on Legal Affairs, Human Rights and Governance, the vice chairperson of the Committee on Legal Affairs, Human Rights and Governance, Honorable Member for Kalabo Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Committee on Legal Affairs, Human Rights and Governance was tasked to scrutinize the Penal Code Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 25 of 2022, referred to it by the House. In carrying out this important task, the committee anticipated that it would generate a lot of debate and controversy, and was thus deliberate in selecting stakeholders who represented a cross-section of the society. In this regard, the various stakeholders were drawn from government and quasi-government agencies, civil society organizations, their Royal Highnesses representing the House of Chiefs, church, mother bodies, academia, criminal law experts, and the media. Madam Speaker, the proposed bill seeks to amend the Penal Code Act, Chapter 87 of the Laws of Zambia, so as to replace the penalty of death with life imprisonment and repeal the offense of defamation of the President. Madam Speaker, from the onset, I wish to put it on record that most stakeholders who appeared before the committee and tendered in their submissions supported the bill. Madam Speaker, stakeholders noted that by seeking to remove the death penalty from the statute books, Zambia was indirectly aligning itself with the requirement of the second optional protocol to the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, which was aimed at abolishing the death penalty. In this regard, the committee urges the government to accede to the protocol. Madam Speaker, some stakeholders argued that the proposed amendments to abolish the death penalty were inconsistent with Article 12, subsection 1 of the Constitution of Zambia, which, even if it guarantees the right to life, the right was not absolute, as it could be taken away in execution of the sentence of a court in. Other stakeholders argued that Penal Code Act has all along provided for the death penalty, which requires a person to be hanged by the neck until pronounced dead. It was clarified that a reading of Article 12, sub 1, makes it clear that the death penalty can only apply if there is a law providing for it. Therefore, the proposed amendment does not contravene the Constitution because Article 12, sub 1, is drafted in a manner that it allows for the death penalty, but does not make it mandatory to have it in the statute books. Madam Speaker, the committee is persuaded by the latter argument to the extent, however, that whenever the opportunity to amend the Bill of Rights presents itself in the future, this particular article should be amended to completely abolish the death penalty so that there is no room for its reinstatement in future. Madam Speaker, with regard to the repeal of Section 69 of the Penal Code, which seeks to remove the offense of defamation of the President from the Penal Code, some stakeholders noted that this offense is a creation of the colonial authorities, which was used to suppress dissenting voices to the political establishment. This law had been maintained post-independence and had continued to be used from time to time by successive governments to suppress opposition political opponents. Media stakeholders submitted that the offense of defamation of the President was not desirable in a democratic state as it watered down the freedom of expression and speech and was often used by the security wings to effect arbitrary arrests of journalists. Those opposed to the removal of the defamation of the President were of the view that once removed, the presidency would be exposed to hatred, ridicule, and disrepute. In view of the sometimes polarized political climate in Zambia, they further argued that freedom of expression and speech were not obsolete, as they would be taken away in the event that their use threatened public peace and security. Madam Speaker, the committee is cognizant of the fact that in 1991, when the country reverted to multi-party politics, it put itself on a path of democracy, which entails the promotion and protection of fundamental freedoms that are necessary in a democratic society, of which the freedom of expression is number one. To this end, the committee is in support of the proposed amendments, especially that there are other provisions within the penal laws of the country which can be invoked in case of unwarranted attacks on the presidency. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, I would be failing in my duty if I do not pay tribute to the stakeholders who tendered valuable information to the committee during its meetings. I also wish to thank you and the Clerk of the National Assembly for the support services rendered to the committee throughout its deliberation. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Any further debate? For purposes of managing time, I will call upon two honorable members from my left. And please, and again, appealing to you not to repeat your arguments. Maybe the whip can let me know, can advise which two honorable members. Maybe honorable member for Kawambwa, he hasn't said anything. The honorable member for Kawambwa. Then the second one you advise.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and for giving me this opportunity to just voice to the arguments that have been put forward by my colleagues earlier on, as what we are dealing with now basically is a continuation of what was already discussed. Madam Speaker, I'm holding in my hands here a copy of the Zambian Constitution. And according to this Constitution, Part 1, Supremacy of Constitution, I read, this Constitution is the supreme law of the Republic of Zambia, and any other written law, customary practice that is inconsistent with its provision is void to the extent of that inconsistency. An act or omission that contravenes this Constitution is illegal. The Constitution shall bind all persons in Zambia, state organs, and state institutions. I end there. The argument put forward by my colleagues are very valid, and we need to take them very seriously. You cannot start by dealing with substantive legislation before dealing with the main issue which is here, according to the Bill of Rights. We should, what is the hurry? What is it that we're trying to cure here? Especially on the issue of the death penalty. Is it wanting to look good that we now started doing the right things after doing all sorts of wrong things since August 12th? I don't think that's what we should be here for. I think we should be here to do the right thing at the right time. If you want us to deal with issues in the Constitution, you cannot start from the back room, from the back door. No, it's not right, Honorable Minister. Let's deal with the issues as they come I take Honorable Kampyongo's submission as my own. I take Honorable Stotela's submission as my own. And for me, what I'm doing, Honorable Madam Speaker, I'm putting the icing on the cake. That this document, we all stood here in front of you, Madam Speaker, and we swore to uphold the constitution of this land. We cannot start adulterating the constitution through the back door. That will not be acceptable. That will not be right. It may sound nice. It may look very tempting that, you know, we are talking to the Zambian people to say we are men of our words. What we said during the campaigns is what we are starting now to implement. Lo and behold, because of the so many other things that have not been implemented that were said during the campaigns. Madam Speaker, it will be wrong to proceed with the penal code, amending the penal code in the manner that we want to do. We should actually look at the Constitution first and do away with the penal code, but we must go back to part 3 of the penal code. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
The Honorable Member for Shiwangandu.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to make it abundantly clear that we have got no problem with this issue of the death penalty being abolished. We want to make it very clear. What we are saying is that we must follow the right procedure. I hear, Madam Speaker, your committee is saying the committee has noted that by the minister seeking to move the death penalty from the statute books, Zambia was indirectly aligning itself with the requirements of the second option protocol to the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, which was aimed at abolishing the death penalty. It's understood, Madam Speaker. We have been abstaining on voting on this matter simply because we have had this death penalty on our statutes despite observing a moratorium. That's the reason why we have been abstaining. And even by amending this subsidiary registration, the Minister of Foreign Affairs will not go to the United Nations and vote for those that are for abolition, as long as it stands in, it remains as it is in Part 3. And that's the reason that Honorable Changwa is lamenting. So what are we trying to cure? We all understand that, yes, death penalty still stands and sentences continue to be passed. But we haven't had executions done since 2007. And the facilities have been expanded to keep these people until we do the right thing. That's why your committee, Madam Speaker, further says by the chairperson, who is saying, however, by their own admission, they are saying whenever the opportunity to amend the Bill of Rights presents itself in future, this particular article should be amended to completely abolish death penalty so that there is no room for its restatement in future. What are we trying to achieve by dealing with subsidiary registration? Nothing. Because here, the committee is saying, even if we do this, we are not abolishing. It still remains under Part 3. What's wrong? So what are we rushing for, Honorable Minister? What is the rush? If you have to align it with the protocol, I've again said, you want to go to the United Nations and vote with those that have abolished, because it still stands under Part 3. So what justification are we going to use? So what we are saying, Madam Speaker, is that let's give the people of Zambia this opportunity. The committee is talking about is the referendum. It's only a variable opportunity to deal with Part 3. And so we agree with him that we desire to have this off our statutes. That's without question. And like I've said, we in government, and I'm very happy as Minister of Home Affairs, former Minister of Home Affairs, never to have conveyed any death warrant papers for any convicted person. because we understand the rights of our citizens. But the reason why we kept it that way was to wait for an opportunity, which opportunity your committee is pointing to. Part 3 cannot be dealt by ourselves here. That's why it has remained like that. If it were then other option, as the minister seems to be suggesting, Part 3 would have been dealt with. And these consequential amendments wouldn't have even arisen. But because we missed that opportunity, the responsibility the minister has in advising the president correctly is to find another opportunity where we can go and explain to the people of Zambia to say, you make a decision on this Bill of Rights. What is it that you want? That's now being people's representatives. So we are not going to do piecemeal. I said piecemeal, which the committee has confirmed. With regards to the defamation of the president, I think my colleagues have adequately debated that. And what is important is just to strike a balance. How do we preserve the office and then allow people to criticize the office objectively? Because that's a public office, which must be scrutinized by citizens. The authorities that is deposited in that office comes from the people of Zambia. Themselves decides who goes to occupy that office. They decide on how they should keep a check on what a particular individual they've put in the presidency is doing. But that comes with responsibility. And I don't think combining these two in this manner was a fair decision, Honorable Minister of Justice. You should have distinguished the two, because the other one is a very critical one. We have tried it before, and I want to put it on record that under our administration, we have had people who were sentenced on death now as free people living in society. And we have learned a lot of things from the reactions of the public, which the Honorable Minister must reflect on before you take this route. And that's why it's very cardinal that we allow the people of Zambia to voice out. This should not be left to the few of us here. Those of us who had an opportunity to go through the countryside when people were making their views on these matters still appreciate the people's emotions on this issue of death penalty. Yes, it's not desirable. And that's why I'm saying I left that ministry without making any conveyance, because that was one of the heaviest responsibilities one would have to undertake. And so it's not only just the presidency. The president is just the person to just make a final decision. If it was straightforward, judges would pass judgments and the executions are done. But because it is very key, sir. And so the president is chosen by the people, and that's why those who designed and those who put a caveat on how Part 3 should be treated made it very clear and mandatory that to deal with Part 3, we must go back to the people. And that's what we're advising you, Honorable Minister. We are not just refusing that we don't want you to abolish this. We are saying let's follow the right procedure. We deal with the Constitution, all this will just fall in place. Madam Speaker, I submit.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Nkana.
Madam Speaker, thank you for giving me an opportunity. Now, let me add my voice on these two issues that have been proposed for amendment, namely the death penalty as well as the defamation of the president. And I want to start by stating that, unfortunately, the justice system in our country has changed or evolved. Previously, the idea was that person accused of having committed a crime was supposed to be held innocent until proven guilty. But the system has now changed to a position where anyone who's accused to have committed a crime is right away pronounced to be a criminal. Because, Madam Speaker, you are aware, there are people that have languished in prison for years, particularly if you are charged or suspected to have committed murder. The non-bailability of such cases are extremely unfair because there are certain people who have been victim of circumstances that have been held in prison for many years because of the justice system. That is why, because of these things, I'm prompted to add my voice to the effect that for me, I feel that to start with, our constitution, or Zambia is said to be a Christian nation. If we are a Christian people, or if we are Christians, the Bible clearly tells us that no one has a right to take away the life of any other person. And therefore, why should it be on our hands to be able to take away the life of another? But then, Madam Speaker, you are aware, I think that the members in here have heard of cases where people have been convicted wrongfully and have spent years in prison for wrongful, imprisonment. Now, what chance does anyone have? I was watching a movie not long ago, Madam Speaker, where a man spent 37 years in the United States, having been convicted of having committed a murder that he did not commit, spent 37 years in prison, until after appeals and appeals, it was found that he was wrongfully imprisoned. Now, you can imagine if you pronounce that person, or you make that person to be subjected to a death penalty, what chance do they have to prove their innocence? It is therefore evident or clear that we need to give chance to people to prove their innocence, because there are different circumstances that have made people go behind bars. Moreover, Madam Speaker, the justice system, or the prison system now, has evolved to becoming a correctional system, where we give chance to people who may have committed crimes to reform, to become normal members of our communities. And so, for us, we do not have the power to take away the life of individuals. That is why I'm very reluctant, even though this is a double-edged sword. Because again, if you take away, or rather if you make it very open that anyone who commits murder should not be, hanged or otherwise, it will be free for all. But I want to state to the conscience of the members who are here that we do not have the power to take away the life of individuals. Only God has that ultimate power. So for me, I would tilt towards supporting that we remove the death penalty, because we do not have that power to take away the life of individuals. As for the issue, Madam Speaker, of the defamation of the president, a president is just a human being whom we have given so much power to enjoy. The president must not be immune to criticism. A president must not be immune to ridicule. Therefore, this law on the defamation of the president is a cake. It was coined to make the president an alpha or a alpha and omega. I think in today's times, you don't need a president that cannot be ridiculed, a president that cannot be criticized. Even though, Madam Speaker, that too is a double-edged sword, because a president needs to be respected. But there are sufficient laws that provide for dealing with matters such as a person that insults the president. There's a law that deals with insults. If somebody insults the president, there's a law that provides how you deal with that individual. But to make it just plain that anyone who goes against the views of the president, anyone who criticizes the president, must be punished as the case is now, is not correct. However, Madam Speaker, we must also deal with the issue of the enforcement of these laws that we enact. Sometimes certain laws have looked so bad in the eyes of the general public because of how we enforce these laws. And I want to give an example of what's happening now. Why this particular law on the defamation of the president looks very bad is because of our colleagues, the law enforcers, in the manner that they are enforcing this particular law. So any law that we enact in here, it is also important that we go beyond the face of the law to look at how particular laws are being enforced. The issue of the Public Order Act, as an example, has been very contentious for years. Not because it's completely a bad law, but because of how selective or how biased the enforcement of this law is. And therefore, it's important the Minister of Home Affairs, the Minister of Justice, must ensure that they continue to work towards helping our colleagues, the law enforcers, to censure them or to help them understand that when they are given that power, the authority to administer or to manage these laws that we enact in here, they must act reasonable, they must act normal. And so, Madam Speaker, for me, I just wanted to be on record to say, look, we do not have the power to take people's lives. And so, it's only important that we agree that anyone who commits grave, cases like murder should, after all, we can keep them in prison for life. What do we want to take away their life? We are not God. Certainly, a president is just a human being. In fact, criticism builds people. We should allow a president to be criticized. It builds somebody. It builds a president. The problem is that we want to worship presidents. They are being destroyed in the name of being worshipped. We must subject them to criticism. We must subject them to ridicule. After all, there are sufficient laws that provide for both. Madam Speaker, I just want to be on record. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Justice, winding up debate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Without belaboring the point or indeed being repetitive, I would like to begin by thanking the chairperson of the Committee on Legal Affairs, Human Rights and Governance, as represented by the Honorable Vice Chairperson, for supporting the proposed amendment. I note in particular, Madam Speaker, a very cardinal point made by the committee through the report of the Honorable Vice Chairperson. The interest that was taken by the committee in selecting stakeholders, to quote the Honorable Chairperson, selecting stakeholders who represented a cross-section of society. This must allay any fears that the people of Zambia were not involved in the process of arriving at the determination made by the committee, including the fact that there were experts that were included. For the sake of emphasizing the point, Madam Speaker, amongst those that were consulted included legal experts, government, civil society, quasi-government, our chiefs, their Royal Highnesses, who at another level represent the people of Zambia, the media and church mother bodies, or church bodies as it were, who equally represent the people. Therefore, I reiterate, Madam Speaker, that any argument that suggests that the work done by your committee was in any way lackluster does not seem to speak to the hard work that has been done. Well done, committee. Your work is commendable. Madam Speaker, may I also thank those that have debated this particular bill, proposed amendment, the Honourable Member for Kawambwa, the Honourable Member for Shiwangandu, and Nkana for your valid contributions. I would like to take the opportunity to clarify, for the sake of the people of Zambia that are watching our deliberations today, that in this House, we are duty-bound to make our submissions, arguments, and debates on the basis of consistency, indeed, on the basis of ensuring we do not mislead the people of Zambia. It was suggested that the proposed amendment is in some way inconsistent with the Constitution of the Republic of Zambia. Madam Speaker, to put it in layman's terms, if I may use that expression, the Constitution of Zambia in respect of the death penalty under Article 12 provides as follows, rephrased. It does not say go out and kill people. No. The Constitution provides for the protection of the right to life. It says, don't kill anybody unless there is a sentence of death pronounced by a court of law. So a law then that says we are removing the death sentence so that a court of law cannot pronounce it can in no way and by any stretch of imagination be said to be inconsistent with the Constitution, because the Constitution says thou shalt not kill rather than go and kill. So I hope this helps the people of Zambia watching us to understand that it's a misconception to suggest that the proposed amendment is in any way in contravention or inconsistent with the Constitution. Now, talking about the consistency argument, Madam Speaker, I think perhaps we can underscore the point a little bit better through an example. Madam Speaker, I've selected Article 20 of the Constitution, protection of the freedom of expression, and Article 21, which relates to protection of the freedom of assembly and association. Madam Speaker, in a nutshell, these provisions provide, in respect of the freedom of expression, that one will be free to enjoy their freedoms except where there's a law that provides a restriction. What we are doing in respect of the defamation of the president is to remove that provision which can derogate from Article 20, which gives the freedom of expression. So why are we not saying then that we are being inconsistent and piecemeal when we amend or propose to amend the defamation of the president provision? It's exactly the same thing we say in law on all fours. So if we can do it with the defamation of the president to protect and enhance the right to the freedom of expression, what makes the removal of the death penalty different? We must be consistent in our debates and tell the people the truth. So if it is good in order to remove the defamation of the president and enhance the freedom of expression, then it must be good also for Article 12 relating to the death penalty. It is logic, Madam Speaker. We can take the argument further. Article 21 guarantees the freedom of assembly and association. We have argued on this floor of this House and in the public domain about the Public Order Act. We are all agreed that it needs amendment in order to enhance the freedom of expression. Nobody on the left, or indeed on the right, has ever said that that should not be done. Again, consistency. By saying we amend the Public Order Act, and indeed, in the Christine Mulundika case, the court pronounced itself and says you can enhance that right by removing that provision of the law. What makes it different to do the same voluntarily in relation to the death penalty? Nothing. All these provisions of the statute law, once repealed or replaced, effectively enhance the constitutional provision, and that is what we are about today. Nothing more, nothing less. There is no piecemeal here. It is about an effective means of achieving the required ends. I believe, Madam Speaker, that that has been made absolutely clear. Madam Speaker, indeed, we are duty-bound, as I mentioned earlier, to ensure that we do not contradict ourselves. And as I have demonstrated, Madam Speaker, by taking the step of amending the provisions of the Penal Code under consideration now, we will be consistent in what we have done over and over again in relation to the protection of fundamental rights when it comes to the statute law. Madam Speaker, I would also want to take the opportunity to agree with the Honourable Member Fonkana in entirety in his debate. He brought out very pertinent issues that are cross-cutting. I'd like to make special acknowledgement of that debate. Thank you, Honourable Member. With those few words, Madam Speaker, I beg to move.
Thank you very much. Before we proceed, Honorable Member for Shwangandu, I don't know, you have indicated it will be unprocedural to call upon you. Can we make progress? I put the question. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary say no. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Let the bill be read a second time.
The Penal Code Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 25 of 2022.
Committee stage to be taken when?
Tomorrow, Madam Speaker.
Committee stage to be taken tomorrow, Friday, 9th December 2022. Next order.
The Pension Scheme Regulation Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 30 of 2022, second reading.
The Acting Minister, Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the bill be now read a second time.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Any debate? The Honorable Acting Minister of Finance and National Planning.
Madam Speaker, the bill before this House is principally seeking to amend the Pension Scheme Regulation Act so as to provide for the approval of pension scheme rules by the Pensions and Insurance Authority. Madam Speaker, I beg to move.
Any further debate? The chairperson of the Committee on Delegated Legislation, the Honorable Member for Chitambo.
Madam Speaker, the Committee on Delegated Legislation was tasked to scrutinize the Pension Scheme Regulation Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 30 of 22, referred to it by the House on Friday, 18th November 2022. Madam Speaker, the bill seeks to amend the Pension Scheme Regulation Act, chapter number 255 of the laws of Zambia, so as to provide for the approval of pension scheme rules by the Pensions and Insurance Authority. Further, this bill also intends to aid the streamlining of private pension scheme supervision and regulation. In scrutinizing the bill, the committee interacted with various stakeholders from the onset. I wish to put it on record that the stakeholders who appeared before the committee and tendered in their submissions supported the bill. Madam Speaker, I also wish to take this opportunity to inform the House that the committee also fully supports this bill. Allow me to bring to your attention some concerns raised by stakeholders as well as the committee. Under Clause 2D, stakeholders were of the view that the bill must expressly state the retirement age at which an employee can access his or her pension benefits as 55 years for early retirement, Madam Speaker, as 55 years of early retirement, 60 years for normal retirement, and 65 years for late retirement. Further, Madam Speaker, stakeholders noted that Clause 2E provided that the rules of a pension scheme must state that pension benefits will be paid at early retirement as a consequence of a medical discharge of an employee or normal retirement, notably. The bill has excluded the payment of pension benefits on late retirement. This means that an employer will be obliged to ensure that pension benefits are paid only to employees who opt for late retirement when they attain the age of normal retirement. In that regard, the wording in Clause 2E suggests that an employee cannot claim his or her pension benefits from a pension scheme at late retirement. Madam Speaker, since the bill would allow employees to work until they attain the age of 65, they should also be allowed to claim their pension benefits at late retirement and not at normal retirement only. Madam Speaker, the committee recommends that the amendment in Clause 2E regarding early retirement due to an infirmity of body or mind should be in line with the treatment of medical discharge benefits under Section 38(6) of the Employment Code, Act Number 3 of 2019, where such benefits are calculated without regard to the age of the employee. Under Clause 2G, the committee notes that the provision on the commutation of pension payments as a retirement, the bill does not stipulate that this payment is at retirement, and as a result, some stakeholders assumed that the commutation can be done at a time while one is still in employment. This implies that once enacted, it could be subject to misinterpretation. Madam Speaker, I am confident that the honorable members have read the committee's report and therefore permit me to conclude by paying tribute to the stakeholders who tendered valuable information to the committee during its meetings. Finally, I wish to thank you and the clerk for the National Assembly for the support and services rendered to the committee throughout its deliberations. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Any further debate? I see none. The Honorable Acting Minister of Finance and National Planning, winding up debate.
Madam Speaker, I wish to thank the committee for supporting the bill. Madam Speaker, I also wish to take note of the observations made by the committee as well as the points that the chair has raised. Madam Speaker, let me indicate that the proposed amendments are indeed to enhance regulation of private occupation pension schemes with the objective of improving pension scheme membership protection. Madam Speaker, let me indicate that the committee raised an issue that the wording under Clause 2E on when one should qualify for early retirement was only referring to a situation where someone retires due to infirmity of body and mind. Madam Speaker, I wish to indicate that we have since submitted an amendment to Clause 2E to clarify that the payment of the pension on retirement of an employee may be made, 1, on or after attaining normal retirement age, 2, on attaining early retirement age, or 3, due to an infirmity of mind or body. Madam Speaker, the committee also recommends that the retirement due to an infirmity of body or mind should be in line with how medical discharge benefits are administered under the Employment Code Act. Madam Speaker, I wish to agree of the committee to the extent that the pension benefits issued on the basis of an infirmity of body or mind will not be tied to the age of the beneficiary, and the proposed amendment addresses the committee's concern. Madam Speaker, the committee also raised a concern that the Act does not provide for payment of a pension at late retirement age of 65. Madam Speaker, I wish to indicate that the Act actually provides that the payment of pension can be made on or after attaining normal retirement. Madam Speaker, the committee also raised a concern that we should emphasize on the commutation on terminal benefits in the bill. Madam Speaker, I wish to submit that Section 10(2), when read in its entirety, addresses the concerns of the committee as it requires all conditions to be met, including the attainment of retirement age, before a pension becomes payable in accordance with what is payable under paragraph 10(2), number G. Madam Speaker, I beg to move.
I put the question. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary say no. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Let the bill be read a second time.
The Pension Scheme Regulation Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 30 of 2022.
Committee stage to be taken when?
Tomorrow, 9th December 2022, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Committee stage to be taken tomorrow, Friday, 9th December 2022. Next order.
The Value Added Tax Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 28 of 2022, committee stage.
I now consolidate orders number 4, 5, and 6, and the House will now resolve into committee.
Order. The Value Added Tax Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 28 of 2022. Clause 1, short title. Any debate? Any objection? Gwembe, who is Clause 1 is agreed to. Clause 2, amendment of Section 2. Any debate, any objection? Clause 2 is agreed to. Clause 3, amendment of Section 7A. Any debate, any objection? Clause 3 is agreed to. Clause 4, amendment of Section 18. Any debate, any objection? Clause 4 is agreed to. Clause 5, amendment of 44. Any debate, any objection? Clause 5 is agreed to. Long title, any debate, any objection? Long title is agreed to. The bill will be reported to the House as having passed through the committee stage without amendment. The Property Transfer Tax Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 29 of 2022. Clause 1, short title. Any debate, any objection? Clause 1 is agreed to. Clause 2, amendment of Section 2. Any debate? Any objection? Clause 2 is agreed to. Clause 3, amendment of Section 4. Any debate? Any objection? Clause 3 is agreed to. Clause 4, amendment of Section 5. Any debate? Any objection? Clause 4 is agreed to. Clause 5, amendment of Section 6. Any debate? Any objection? Clause 5 is agreed to. Clause 6, amendment of Section 9. Any debate? Any objection? Clause 6 is agreed to. Long title. Any debate? Any objection? Long title is agreed to. The bill will be reported to the House as having passed through the committee stage without amendment. The Mines and Minerals Development Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 31 of 2022. Clause 1, short title. Any debate and objection? Clause 1 is agreed to. Clause 2, amendment of Section 89. Any debate, any objection? Clause 2 is agreed to. Long title. Any debate, any objection? Long title is agreed to. The bill will be reported to the House as having gone through the committee stage without amendment. Madam Speaker, I have to report to the House that the Committee of the whole House has gone through the Value Added Tax Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill of number 28 of 2022 without amendment.
Thank you. Day for third reading.
Tomorrow, 9th December 2022, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Third reading of the bill to be taken on Friday, 9th December 2022. Next order.
Madam Speaker, I have to report to the House that the Committee of the whole House has gone through the Property Transfer Bill Amendment Bill number 29 of 2022 without amendment.
Thank you. Day of third reading.
Tomorrow, 9th December 2022, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Third reading of the bill to be taken on Friday, 9th December 2022. Next order.
Madam Speaker, I have to report to the House that the Committee of the whole House has gone through the Mines and Minerals Development Amendment Bill number 31 of 2022 without amendment.
Thank you. Day of third reading.
Tomorrow, 9th December 2022, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Third reading of the bill to be taken tomorrow, Friday, 9th December 2022. Next order.
Estimates of revenue and expenditure, including capital and constitutional and statutory expenditure. Committee of Supply, resumption of committee work.
The House will now resolve into committee.
Minister of Education is where? I can't see education. Education.
When business was interrupted yesterday, Wednesday, 7th December 2022, the Committee of Supply on the estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year 1st January 2023 to 31st December 2023, presented to the National Assembly in September 2022, was considering Head 8, Minister of Education, and the Honorable Minister of Education was delivering the policy statement. May the Honorable Minister continue.
Mr. Chairperson, let me outline the 2023 estimated expenditure. The 2023 budget allocation to the Ministry of Education stands at 20.3 billion kwacha, compared to 14.2 billion kwacha allocated in 2022. Mr. Chairperson, in terms of early childhood education program allocation has increased from 102.6 million in 2022 to 462.2 million in 2023. This is attributed to government's effort to enhance early childhood education through the Zambia enhancement of early learning project, as well as increase in personal emoluments due to ECE teacher recruitment. In terms of primary education, being the largest subsector providing education for grades 1 to 7, primary program has been allocated 12.2 billion in 2023 compared to 7.96 billion in 2022. The increase is largely attributed to newly recruited teachers. In terms of secondary school, the ministry has increased the total allocation to the secondary education program from 3.96 billion kwacha in 2022 to 4.97 billion kwacha in 2023. This is largely attributed to the increased personnel emoluments for the recruited teachers. In addition, 1.1 billion kwacha has also been allocated towards capital expenditure under the secondary school program, largely for completion and construction of school infrastructure and rehabilitation of school-managed weekly boarding facilities. Out of this amount, the Zambia Education Enhancement Project, ZIP, has been allocated 600 million kwacha to commence construction of 120 secondary schools. In terms of youth and adult literacy, my ministry continues to place paramount importance on the quality of the youth and adult literacy programs offered to learners. The program has an allocation of 4.8 million kwacha in 2023, out of which 958,000 has been provided for personal emoluments and 3.9 million kwacha for non-personal emoluments. In terms of university education, government, which is concerned about the welfare of students, and also sees the need to increase access to tertiary education, my ministry has allocated 1.55 billion kwacha to university education in 2023 as compared to 1.2 billion in 2022. The increase in allocation will facilitate the reintroduction of meal allowances and increase in the number of students loan beneficiaries in 2023. 930 million has also been allocated to support student loans and scholarships, of which 43.9 million kwacha has been allocated for tertiary scholarships for girls who were supported under the Keeping Girls in School initiative at secondary school level. Under management and support services, to ensure efficiency and effectiveness in service delivery at all levels, my ministry has allocated 1.2 billion kwacha to this program. Chairperson, I wish to conclude by stating that my ministry remains committed to the overall management and administration of early childhood, primary, secondary, university, and teacher training, licensing, and enforcement of standards and alternative modes of education provision. I now call upon the House to support the budget estimates for Head 80. Thank you.
Any further debate? Mr. Mitero.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Chairman, to have accorded me this chance to debate Head 80, Minister of Education. To start with, we'll continue stating facts as they are. Minister, with the new dawn, to have employed the teachers, thank you so very much that each and every constituency, school has a teacher now. But Minister, these teachers that have been employed have been in the streets, some for 3 years, 5 years, 7 years, 10 years. When you've mentioned of efficiency, I should think they needed some refresher courses. You take someone to college, goes in the street for 10 years, you employ, certain things would have been lost. To some extent, we should think on those lines. Coming from Ited, and any other constituency, a rural constituency, like Kaputa, Sesheke, Shuangando, these teachers, you should put a caveat, because we've seen in the past a lot of rural-urban transfers. The teachers will be there for a month. Some will not even go. Others in the past used to go with a transfer to report. They'll go, I'm posted to Mitete, but I'm on transfer. Let's put a caveat. Otherwise, our rural communities will suffer. What has come out again? A great number of those who have been employed, diploma, degree holder, you take this person to go and teach grade 1, grade 7, they're now saying, no, me, I'm a degree holder. Secondary. I should think somewhere you should introduce PhDs and degrees to be offered even to someone who becomes so specialized in teaching grade 1, early childhood. And then look at what you give them. Maybe that could be the reason. There must be something to motivate them. If you lose the foundation, whatever you'll be building on a poor foundation will be very weak, will be destroying a nation. On the standards, I've heard you. In the years of some of us, Mr. Chairman, and the years of the Minister of Labor, there used to be inspectors of schools who would sit in the class to see a teacher teaching, something that you are calling now as standards. Mr. Minister, the standards have fallen. And what you've put, if I've heard you correctly to say 2 billion, let it work towards the standards. No wonder, Minister, you have a lot of PhDs, sorry to mention those of you who have these degrees, diplomas, that have come because of the famous talk, leakage. You just buy a paper. Those of you who have the papers genuinely have no problems. But those with fake ones, the Zambia Qualification Authority must be working. You might be employing someone with all these good qualifications, but they are fake. I do want to mention of the, thank you very much. You know, people say we don't say thank you very much. Allow me, sir, to say thank you very much for the past regime to have started some boarding secondary schools. Thank you very much. But Minister, they abandoned them. It's like giving birth to a child and you abandon the child for 3, 4, 5 years. Then they will remove you from power. So all the boarding secondary schools like Mitete, those which were abandoned, let's see them getting finished. In Mitete, the school feeding program in Mitete must also be introduced. Finally, we saw you flagging off distribution of desks. We are waiting for the same in Mitete. And sir, there were she
Order.
communities waiting for you to come.
Order.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
As the time is 16:40 hours, I suspend business for 20 minutes for health break.
Good afternoon. Thank you for tuning in to Parliamentary Television. On the floor of the House was Mitete, Member of Parliament, debating Head 80, that's the Ministry of Education, as the House has now resolved into Committee of Supply. And so there's resumption of debate. Earlier on, we did see the Minister of Education deliver a policy statement for Head 80, that's the Ministry of Education.
The House has so far considered 6 government bills, which is the Criminal Procedure Code Amendment Bill, the Penal Code Amendment Bill, the Pension Scheme Regulation Amendment Bill, the Value Added Tax Amendment Bill, the Property Transfer Tax Amendment Bill, and the Mines Minerals Development Amendment Bill. And so for this and other details will be coming on later on. For now, we go on a break. Remember, business resumes at 17 hours. Keep watching Parliament Television. Good afternoon.
Julian Inyemba. Those were my names given by my parents. But I have a very funny name, a nickname, which was given to me by my father, Mfanki. This is the name which I'm known even in the constituency. Even by the little girl, I'm known by this name, the nickname. But it is not on my professional papers, neither on my NRC. Then in the teaching fraternity, because I was a teacher, I'm known as Mrs. Kapia, because I was married to Mr. Kapia. So when you go in the teaching fraternity, I'm Mrs. Kapia. When you go to the constituency of Chifunabuli, I am Funky. When you come to Parliament and on a professional level, certificates, it's Julian Inyemba. I'm a widow. My late husband, Mr. Lucius Constantino Kapia, died in 1991. He was working here at National Assembly. I'm a mother of two, a girl and a boy. A girl aged 32 and a boy aged 30. I went to Mansa Teachers Training College after completing grade 12 or Form 5 at that time from Zambia Secondary School, because first of all I went to Lubwe Primary School for the Catholics. Then I qualified. I went to St. Mary's Secondary School in Kawambwa, where I did Form 1 to Form 3. Because of financial challenges, I shifted. I got a transfer. I went to Zambia Secondary School, where I did Form 4 and Form 5. From there, I went to Mansa Teachers Training College and pursued a certificate in primary teaching. Then I went to teach at Lukwesa Primary School in Mwense District. Then when I got married to my late husband, Mr. Kapia, I shifted to Lusaka in 1987. Then I taught at Justin Kabwe in Mandevu. I taught at Olympia Primary School in Olympia. And then I taught also at Bama Primary School before I went on voluntary separation to go and do my own things, because I'm an entrepreneur. I'm a teacher and an entrepreneur at the same time. So I went on voluntary separation from the government. Chifunabuli constituency is a new created district which was declared by His Excellency Dr. Edgar Chagwalungu in 2018. Chifunabuli has got potential to grow because it has got a lot of water bodies. And Chifunabuli people, as I know, they are hardworking and they would want to do whatever government program is being brought, especially the women folk, because I've gone there as an example to them. I come from a rural area. I was born there and I was brought up there. No wonder I took up this responsibility. Right now, Chifunabuli is on a good road to development, especially if we use the water bodies for agriculture throughout the whole year. And when we can even go for fish farming and then the growing of rice. If we can only have people who can go and invest in Chifunabuli, especially in the growing of rice, cattle rearing, fish farming, and vegetable growing, anything. Chifunabuli has got a fertile land, it has got plenty of water, good rainfall pattern. My developmental agenda for Chifunabuli, looking at Chifunabuli, which was under the missionaries for a long time, the white fathers, they developed Chifunabuli, and Chifunabuli had a lot of people who were educated. But I have observed the literacy levels have gone up. So I'm now advocating children to school. When you've got an educated society, an informed society, things will be easy for you. And then the development would even come, because most of the people would be able to understand the agendas and the programs for the government. The last word to the people of Chifunabuli is that I have stood as an example to them, especially the women folk. They are supposed to look at me as an example. I have gone into the constituency, interacting with them, encouraging them to do small businesses, encouraging them to grow food, to protect their families with food security at a household levels. I'm always there. I'm encouraging them so that we work together as a team. We shouldn't only be looking at men. I've done it. Chifunabuli women can also do it. So I'm their role model. That's why I always go there to encourage them to do one or two things. We have formed clubs where we are rearing chickens, we are keeping a goat, and we are also going into agriculture and into fish farming with the youths and the women in Chifunabuli. I want Chifunabuli to go back to the roots where our parents taught us to work and then to have self-discipline. Tumwebe nangumbo banamayo na batatane misepela chentubombele pamo insala nindi minwa tempulirwa chentubomfya menshile satupele chentubomfya nomushili usumole satupele kuchifunabuli ifwenga kwali baba shuka ifwe na chifunabuli twalikwata mensha yengi twalikwata nomushili usuma wotwingali mamwe filimwa fya kweba tumwaka wonse tuleli okwa buloku bulwa.
Basically, I'm a villager from Monze, the eastern side of Monze district. This is my second term as a member of parliament, serving the good people of Momba constituency. I'm a married man, obviously with one wife, and I have 4 children. In terms of my education, it's important. The primary school I attended at Gasaga primary school in Monze, in my constituency. And after that, I've gone to different institutions, the last one being I did an MBA. My specialty basically has been in business management. I specialize in that. But I must mention also that I've learned quite a lot, being a villager, as I said, whereby I remember I've gone to school. I spent the whole of my primary school, in fact, without putting on shoes until I was in grade 7. And not because my father could not afford, we had a lot of animals. But I think basically, culturally, those were things which we were not paying attention to. So I've been in this parliament. This is now my 6th year as a member of parliament. And I think history has it to that. So far, I think so good in terms of what I've done for the people of Momba constituency. So Momba constituency is purely rural constituency, eastern side of Monze district. In fact, let me say just from the northwestern all the way to the eastern side of Monze district. My neighbors are the Bwenga constituency, Monze Central, Magoye, and the Gwembe. So predominantly rural constituency. My people are mainly in agriculture. We do rear animals and farming. We play a key role in feeding Monze district and other parts of the country. In terms of the population, we should be standing around, I think, 40,000 now. As you are aware, we are going to do another census in this year, in fact, in August. So that I think will give us the good numbers. I must mention that also in terms of the geography, my constituency is peculiar in that I have 5 wards. Out of the 5 wards, 2 wards are in the valley, because as I indicated, I share the boundary with Gwembe. Gwembe predominantly is a valley, and then the other 3 districts, wards are also in a plateau setup. So because of that kind of differentiation, even in terms of the terrain, what you need to do here and there differs quite a lot. So that is the coverage. You may be interested that immediately you leave Magoye River, thereabout after the Magoye Bridge, all that is in my constituency. So the Great North Road coming to Lusaka from Monze, I cover part of the western side of the road. and very near, very close to Monze district, Monze town per se. We are talking about just 3 kilometers from Monze town. Then my constituency begins. But surprisingly so, you may be aware that Momba constituency is one of the smallest constituencies in Monze, in fact in southern province. It's one of the smallest, but terrain-wise is challenging to access some places. For Momba constituency, I want to look at in terms of the priorities. What are our key challenges as a constituency? First and foremost, we are looking at the availability of water, both for human beings, that is clean and safe water to drink for people, and both for the animals. And that, for me, has always been my priority. I've said it, and I want by the time maybe I hammer 2026, God willing, I should have a situation whereby almost each and every village, you know where villages, should have a bore. Currently, that is not the case. We still have a lot of our mothers walking long distances in search of water. The same goes with our animals. You know, if you come to Momba constituency, you'll find that we don't have any river, which we call them perennial rivers, which has water throughout. We don't have that. So we rely heavily on dams. And these dams are silted now. So that is our priority number one, the availability of water for our people. And also the road network is nothing to talk about. The roads are quite very, very bad. The schools also. We have quite a number of good schools, but I want also to ensure that some of the community schools we have are upgraded to government school. We don't have desks. Most of the classrooms are no desks. So I can go on and on, but these are the key challenges which is facing us. In developmental-wise, we are still a bit of backward, and now with the increment in terms of the CDF, in fact, makes me to relax a bit in terms of I will have the resources. The challenge now which I have is to work closely with the council to ensure that development is taken closer to the people. So for the members of constituency, my word always has been that we need to work as a team. If we work as silos, basically we will not achieve anything. And you know, I'm their representative, but this is their job. Together with me, I have to match with their expectations. So my request to them, and I want to thank them. In fact, in the most first place, let me thank them that I've worked in an environment that which is very, very good and conducive with my people, those I do represent. And I'm hoping that this will continue even in this second term of mine to ensure that we see what we can achieve as a team. If I take a borehole there, I don't want to say I've taken a borehole there. Obviously, that could be my initiative through them. But let it be them saying this is the development we have been crying for. We have worked and we have achieved it together. So I'm asking for their usual support, as always, so that we work as a team to develop the constituency. My doors are open, just like as their doors are open. I've never gone to a place and then they shut me around. So that openness which we have continued to enhance, I think should be encouraged and should going forward. Basically, I just want to request them that we work as a team.
Well, I'm a self-motivated person. I don't need to be pushed. Yeah, and I'm a self-starter. My grade 1, I did it at Misoro Primary School. Then grade 8 at Petauke Day. Then 12 at Petauke Boarding Secondary School. That was way back in 1994. My tertiary education, I've done my first degree with Resumption University in business administration, specialized in human resource management. Our family, we are a family of 7, although one sister died, mom died. We are just with my dad. My core business was, I'm a businessman. I run transport, I run lodges, I ran transport, and I'm into construction. I joined politics in 1991 because it was in me. During school, I used to be a very good one of those who could do debate and what. So I started politics in 1991. I'm an elder in the SDA church, and I do go to church, and then I do watch soccer, and I read novels. I represent Msanzara Constituency in the Eastern Province. First thing is we want to make sure that our people are united, and you know, with these new bursaries that has come in for free education, we want at least all our people to go back to school. Those who went astray, those who went for early marriages, we want them back into schools, and we want good road infrastructure, we want good health infrastructure, and to improve on the livelihood of our people. You know, our constituency is a rural constituency where even water is a problem. So we really make sure to say part of the CDF we utilize it to drill boreholes, and then some part of that money we use it also for aquaculture, like creation of dams. All those are part of the things that we want to empower our people in Msanzara constituency.
As we go about our everyday business.
Thank you so much for still being with us on Parliament Television. At the time business was interrupted at 16:40 hours. On the floor of the House was Mitete Member of Parliament, Mr. Mutelo, adding his voice to Head 80, which is the Ministry of Education. And so when business resumes, he will continue.
And so other heads that are up for consideration include Head 85, that's the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, Head 39, Smart Zambia Institute.
We also expect the House to consider Head 44, which is the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, and Head 86, which is the Ministry of Fisheries and Livestock.
Also, in a minute's time, business will resume. Earlier, the House did consider 6 government bills at the second reading stage and committee stage. And some of these bills include the Criminal Procedure Bill, National Assembly Bill number 24 of 2022, which has passed the second reading stage. The Penal Code Bill, National Assembly Bill number 25 of 2022, has equally passed the second reading stage. And the House also considered the Pension Scheme Regulation Bill, National Assembly Bill number 30.
Mr. Chairperson.
The bells are ringing. 1/3 of members of Parliament needs to be present in the House in order for business to be transacted. As soon as a quorum is formed, business will resume, as the House is currently considering Head 80, that's the Ministry of Education. On the floor of the House was Mitete MP, Mr. Mutelo, debating this particular head. We do expect Mr. Mutelo to finish off his debate. Of course, we did have a policy statement being delivered by the Minister of Education, Honorable Douglas Siaka.
When business was suspended, the Committee of Supply was considering Head 80, Ministry of Education, and Mr. Mitero, Member of Parliament for Mitete, had just finished debating. Any further debate? Mr. Emmanuel Banda.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson, for giving the people of Muchinga an opportunity to add their voice to the debate on the budget for the Ministry of Education. Allow me to thank the Minister of Education and the New Dawn government for employing teachers to make sure that our learners have got proper and adequate education. Yeah, allow me also to thank the government for implementing a free education policy, which has been received very well by the people in our constituencies. However, this will not go without some sentiments that I would want to bring to the attention of the Minister for consideration as we move on providing education to the people of Muchinga and Zambia at large. Honorable Minister, I want to mention to you that we have seen a problem in this education ministry where promotions are not done according to the expectations of the people who are working in that particular ministry, the teachers. We had a case like in Serenje where people have been acting for many years as HODs and some of them as headmasters and deputy heads. But when promotions came, those who came to take over their positions came from other provinces. And this left our people very frustrated. I think, Honorable Minister, through you, Mr. Chairperson, this has to be looked at because it demoralizes the morale of our teachers. Also, we have the issue where I know very well that now the construction of some schools is directly under the Ministry of Education. I have the schools in my constituency which were started in 2011, which were started in 2008 by the MMD government, and from 2011 nothing has happened. However, those schools were opened in 2018, and these are Mailo, Kanona, and Chivale secondary schools. In the case of Mailo, we don't even have sanitation. Proper sanitation is not there, but pupils are learning. I have been to the Permanent Secretary's office in the Ministry of Education, and she assured me that the contractor will be on site soon. Probably that was somewhere in September. To date, the contractor is not on site, and this applies to the other schools. Please, Honorable Minister, we believe that the New Dawn is not a government of failures. New Dawn has already shown that things will happen, as seen by what has been done within a year that the New Dawn has been in government. And this appeal comes because I believe that something will be done. I am alive to the fact that these contractors were already paid, but they have not just come on site, meaning government has made a commitment. So please, it's just a matter of following them up so that they come on the ground and complete these schools. As I come to this point, Honorable Minister, I think whatever little I had to contribute to the head that we are debating, I am done, and I just mentioned that the people of Muchinga really support this budget and are asking for more money to be allocated to your ministry coming 2024 so that we can have a lot of projects in our constituencies regarding the education sector. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, those of you that will be picked, it's advisable that you don't exhaust your 8 minutes so that others also can have chance to debate. Honorable Mr. Maumba.
Thank you, Chairman, for the opportunity. Mr. Chairman, first of all, before I proceed with my debate, I just join other colleagues who have conveyed their heartfelt condolences to the Ngulube family. May he so rest in peace. Chairman, in debating on this important aid, 80. Mr. Chairman, when we look at economic transformation all over the world, it has been anchored on education. When we talk about the Asian tigers, many of those countries in Asia at one time, they went through economic turbulence. What did they do? They invested in their education. So, Minister, we are not saying you are the most important minister, but you are holding a key ministry that is very key to economic transformation in this country. And all of us, we need to give you the support that you require. But in giving you that support, Minister, we are going to raise the following. Minister, at 80 and with the 20 billion money that you have been given, when you look at it, it's not enough. And I'm going to explain. When you look at that budget, Minister, 75% of that money is going to go for personal emoluments, which means you're only going to remain with the 5 billion. Now, when you look at the 5 billion, Minister, you have got very important deliverables. You have got issues to do with the school infrastructure. You have got issues to do with education, quality of education. You have got issues to do with examination and all sorts of issues. So that money, Minister, may not be enough, and which gives me that my focus in terms of the debate will anchor on 4 parameters of the education delivery system: public school infrastructure, education quality, education financing, as well as education digitalization. Minister, when you look at education financing all over the world, it has been agreed that 20% of the total budget would be at least an acceptable level of education financing. But like I said, you have got a 20 billion. Now, when you look at the 20 billion, Minister, it is not sufficient. Therefore, Minister, my appeal to you is that you have to continue lobbying the Minister of Finance that this money, despite it sounds to be a lot of money, it is not sufficient, Minister, for you to deliver on a lot of things. And this is why, Minister, when I come now, for example, to education infrastructure, yes, Minister, I am aware, and a number of people here, Minister, have made complaints. Minister, we did our part. The rest, we have left it with you. In 2011, we found on about 645 secondary schools. When you check your statistical bulletin by now, you'd be able to see that at the time we left office, there were almost 1,000 primary schools. Oh, sorry, 1,000 secondary schools, sorry. So, Minister, when you look at that, that was not a mere achievement. From 645 to 1,000 plus secondary schools in 10 years. When in 2011, 45 years of independence, we only had 645. So, Minister, you can see that we did our part. The rest, Minister, is to you to provide leadership. And the leadership that we want you, Minister, to provide is to the complaint that you have received from honorable colleagues about the uncompleted secondary schools. The 115 secondary schools that were under construction, Minister, many of them were completed. About maybe 50 are not completed. Therefore, the 1.5 billion money that you have been given, Minister, provide leadership, and I can see institutional memory there, seated there, institutional talent there. When you use them, Minister, those, they will be able to help you to deliver with the 1.5 billion for the 50 plus secondary schools that have been remained, that have not been completed. Minister, on the ZIP project, this is why we moved away from the bigger secondary schools, and when Honorable Musokotwari presented the budget, he mentioned my name, not in bad faith, because we did not finish the Ribonda Secondary School. Minister, it is important that you provide leadership, like I have said, to complete these secondary schools, and that's why we brought in the ZIP, because when you look at the model for ZIP, the design, Minister, was changed so that we can spend lesser money. And we delivered 82 secondary schools using the World Bank support. Minister, what is it that I want to tell you? There has been misinformation that that project was designed around politics. No, Minister. The World Bank are still here in this country. It was designed around the areas where the World Bank had operational presidency. That's why some of the provinces did not receive, even the Copper Belt did not receive any ZIP secondary school. That's why we went, Minister, to get additional financing where now you'll be, this money which has been allocated, the 600 million, Minister, to ensure that we can go now in the other provinces which did not benefit from the area allocation. Minister, I want to focus on quality of education. Yeah. Minister, even with the support that the Minister of Finance has given you, you cannot deliver quality of education because it revolves on learning outcomes. We want children with numerous literacy levels, and when it comes to examination, when the examination are announced by you, Minister, you have to look at how the children are performed. Minister, you cannot deliver quality of education again when the institutional framework is not there. My appeal to you, Minister, I am aware that the structure for the Minister has been changed, but Minister, again, you need to provide leadership. And when you go to London, I want you to go and meet the colleagues from Ofsted, the quality assurance agency in London, so that we can learn how we can improve the quality assurance of our education system. When we used to have inspectors, Minister, our quality of education and the standards were there. These standards are fallen over time. It is therefore important, Minister, that we have a quality assurance agency away from your ministry. And I propose, Minister, you don't need to spend any fresh money. You have got the Teaching Council of Zambia. Please look at how you can transform the Teaching Council of Zambia to become an umbrella body. And your PSC, Mr. Kamoko, I can't see him. He is coming from that institution. So that you transform it, make it a quality assurance agency which is independent from you, which can advise you independently on how we can reinforce standards in our education system. And therefore, Minister, the money that the Minister has given you, if you combine it with the money that the Teaching Council of Zambia is collecting from the teachers, put it together, you will have the resources, Minister, to deliver quality education for our Zambian people. Minister, you are aware that the examination is part of our learning outcomes. We provided leadership by stopping the leakages. Minister, you can hear that the leakages have started surfacing. Minister, again, I want to plead with you, provide leadership by making sure that examinations are printed in Zambia, by making sure again that the leakages that are coming are stopped, Minister. And we can do this, Minister, by now, in terms of your policy direction. We need to go to e-examination, Minister. There is so much investment in the optic fiber. There is so much investment in the towers. We can transitionally, Minister, begin e-examination because that is what is going to give us a stop to all these examination leakages that we have had. Wow. Minister, as I wind up, because I don't have the time, our public health systems were affected, Minister, because of COVID. Minister, we need to look beyond a classroom. COVID may be stopped, but we are not saying the pandemics have stopped. We may require, Minister, to ensure that working together with Honorable Mtati, you invest into the education digitalization. Minister, this is going to help you even to reduce your budget on your curriculum development and the materials. When you look at the budget that has been provided in terms of curriculum, it is very small, 5.9 million, Minister. What can you do with that money? But when you invest in education digitalization, it is going to bring the cost of your textbooks lower. It is going to ensure that you provide e-exams. And once we do that, Minister, I am sure we can then begin to talk about the quality of education in this country. And therefore, Minister, I want to thank you and support your budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Taingwa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, for giving the good people of Kawata to contribute to this head. Mr. Chairperson, I want to first start by quoting the definition of, I want to first start by quoting what Albert Einstein said about a worthless physician. A worthless physician is a group of people or a person that could have created a problem and can never be part to the solution of that problem which they created. And I'm sure Mr. Speaker, you'll be able to differentiate who is a worthless physician, because some people who may actually come and give up, start giving points as if they can solve situation which they created. Those we call them worthless physician, Mr. Chairperson. Mr. Chairperson, first of all, I want to thank the New Dawn government for having employed almost 30,000 teachers. Mr. Chairperson, I want to thank you. I want to thank the New Dawn government also for having created an environment for free education. Mr. Chairperson, I want to state that the free education that was introduced by the New Dawn government requires that we transform that free education into quality education. And I'm alive to the fact that with the monies that has been allocated to education, Honorable Minister, I believe you and I trust that you are equal to the task and you'll be able to translate this free education into quality education by providing the 120 schools that you actually read in your policy statement, and also that was put on the floor of the House when the President opened Parliament. Mr. Chairperson, The issue of quality education centers on the things that actually affecting the Ministry of Education.
Order. Madam, you are not the only member in the House, but you want to be the loudest. When Mr. Maumba was on the floor, the right were quiet. But why are you trying to distract the... Okay, the honorable member, you can continue. Whoever is trying to distract, to ensure that you talk from outside. Thank you.
As I was saying, Mr. Chairperson, that the quality of education is actually centered on the amount of money that has been allocated to the Ministry of Education, and I believe and trust that the Minister is equal to the task to do that. Mr. Chairperson, I want to come up with some of the things that I feel that for the Minister to actually come up with quality education, there's some certain things that you really need to attend to. Number one, Mr. Chairperson, I believe that the Minister knows that the introduction of combined schools in our school education system, I think that brought actually a big problem. And I believe that if you can have the time to look at that and study and come up with a policy or a solution on how you can abolish that system, because it has already disturbed the foundation, the pillar of our education system. You find that in schools, in schools like grade 1s, most of the spaces are actually taken up by the upper classes. So, Mr. Chairperson, I urge that the Ministry of Education should consider abolishing the combined schools. Mr. Chairperson, I also want to say that the expansion of existing infrastructure, I think it's of high cardinal. There's need for the Ministry of Education to expand existing infrastructure so that we can cater for our children. As you know, Mr. Chairperson, that the introduction of free education has actually allowed so many of our children to come into government schools, and that is a plus for us. But there is need also for us as members of Parliament, Mr. Chairperson, to utilize the CDF so that we can expand existing infrastructures, Mr. Chairperson. Mr. Chairperson, I also want to talk about the infrastructure in schools, not only desks for our children. I think there is need that you should consider also making sure that these schools are well equipped with the furniture for our teachers, because there's no way a teacher can be motivated if he's sitting on a desk that is looking like someone who has come from a war zone. So there's need also to look at that, Mr. Chairperson. Mr. Chairperson, the other thing that I thought I should also bring to the attention of the Minister is the issue of reforming the loans and bursaries committee. I believe that you see there's need also to add up some other institutions or universities or colleges so that we can have more of our children accessing bursaries. Mr. Chairperson, I would also suggest that the Minister, through the allocation, I know the money is not necessarily equal to complete everything, but there is need also to look at the issue of housing for our teachers, Mr. Chairperson. Most of our teachers in different schools, you discover that those who are teaching, they're not able to occupy those houses. They lack accommodation. Most of the people that are occupying those houses, it's either you find that they are either retired or the children that were nursed by the parents who were either teachers. So there is need to come up with strict measures to see how best we can accommodate the saving teachers that are actually renting outside the premises of the school. Mr. Chairperson, I want also to talk about the issue of introducing, the issue of allocating more money into the planning and information system. Mr. Chairperson, if you look at our curriculum, it's a good curriculum, but there's also need also to introduce topics or subjects like mental health, Mr. Chairperson. The reason why I'm insisting on mental health, Mr. Chairperson, you discover that most of these cases that have been perpetrated by school-going children, it's because of some of them, they are actually suffering from what you call mental health problem. So there is need also, Mr. Chairperson, that the Ministry of Education should consider, through its research departments, consider coming up with a subject in schools so that our children can start learning about mental issues. Because this issue of mental problems, Mr. Chairperson, is actually affecting almost everyone. Mr. Chairperson, as I decide to sit, Mr. Chairperson, I want to state and emphasize, Mr. Chairperson, that a worthless physician will never ever give you solution to a problem that he created. They may sound good, Mr. Chairperson, but to be honest with you, Mr. Chairperson, they don't qualify to offer solution because they had their chances, Mr. Chairperson. I want to thank you for this opportunity, sir.
Mr. Kasandwe.
Mr. Chairperson, thank you very much for the opportunity for the people of Bangweulu to make some comments on the education budget. Honorable Minister, this issue of employing teachers should be put in a context, in a historical perspective, so that we understand where we are coming from, other than simply shouting 30,000 teachers. If we do not debate this matter in its context, those who will be debating will be using a butterfly context. Okay? So why do I say so? Why do I say so, Mr. Chairperson? When PF took over in 2011, in the 2012 budget, there was allocation to employ 5,000 teachers. And on the market that particular year, there were only 2,000 teachers available. So when the PF employed 2,000, maybe to help those who are noisemakers, I am using today certified data from Parliament. Certified. Okay? I'll lay it on the table. So there was a plan to employ 5,000 teachers, but there were only 2,000 on the market. So by 2011, 2013, there was no single teacher on the market to be employed. Okay? Then moving from there, that's why now the PF government went out of the way to engage the private sector so that we could see a number of teachers trend increase. That's why from 2 universities now we have 7 government universities, public universities. We now have more than 60 universities in the public sector because of the engagement of PF, realizing that by that time there was no single teacher who was not employed. And in 2011, Minister, when you read the education statistic bulletin, there were 77,000 teachers. By the time we were leaving government, there were 118,000 teachers, meaning in the 10 years of PF, there were 41,000 teachers employed. Comparing to the teachers we found in... So, from 1964 to 2011, when we took over, there were only 77,000 teachers. Statistically, from 1964 to 2011, to compare the 10 years of PF, PF did extremely well. Okay? PF did extremely well. So I just wanted to put that in context. Then, starting from 2013 to 2017, we saw the private sector now engaging in training teachers. That's why we even saw colleges in the backyards. So by that very fact, the sector was opened up in such a manner that now we began to see an increase in the number of teachers being trained in this country. Let me move to another point. I'll move now to university loans. In 2004, that's why, Minister, I'm saying we need to put these things in context. In 2004, the Ministry of Education decided to migrate from a bursary scheme to a loan scheme, starting with the University of Zambia and the CBU. Okay? So now, as we began to navigate, we realized that since the number of people who graduated at grade 7 was increasing and the bursary committee could not absorb every student that applied for bursary. That's why now, as PF, in our own wisdom, we now tried to compare the value addition between increasing the number of students or maintaining meal allowance. It is bringing me to the reason why the meal allowance was set aside. And when the meal allowance was set aside, in the 2020-2021 academic year, Minister, you are already aware that when that was done, there were 19,631 students who were on the loan. Because the money that should have gone to meals now went into more than 19,000 students to access tertiary education. Yeah. So I wanted to put this in context, the reason why we had to put the meal allowance aside. And we also expanded the loan scheme. For the first time in this country, the loan scheme was extended to Kapasamakasa with 477 new students. It was extended to Mukuba with 331 new students. It was extended to Mulungushi with 1,363 students, extended to Charimbana with 520 students. So this was a deliberate policy to increase the number of young people to access tertiary education. So we wanted to strike a balance and to see which way we had more value. So for PF, the removal of meal allowance was deliberate. Now today I want to talk to the students in the new 5 public universities that could have not accessed the higher tertiary education if the meal allowance was maintained, Mr. Chairperson. So, in fact, it was just a deliberate move to ensure that we increase the number of students. Minister, I know that people have spoken a lot about 30,000 teachers, and you are aware that some of the teachers who have been deployed, they have not been put on the payroll. So I want you, on behalf of the people of Bangweulu, to inform this House as you come to respond, when you are going to put on the payroll those teachers who are already aware that for 4 months they have not been put on the payroll. And another area I want to talk about is the same 30,000 teachers. Why did we see the number of vacancies? Because between 2011 and 2020, 54,000 teachers left the ministry due to various reasons. So there were vacancies that the New Dawn was trying to fill. So I'm trying to assume, Minister, I'm trying to assume that the reason why some teachers are not on the payroll, it is because there are no PEMIC vacancies. There are no new PEMIC vacancies that has been created. So if the fact is the opposite, Minister, you'll be able to give us facts. So what you did in the employment of the 30,000 teacher, you were trying to fill vacancies. Okay? So now I'm appealing to you, Minister, so that those teachers, like there are about 17 in Bangweulu Constituency in Zambia district, who are not on the payroll. So please try to create those vacancies so that these teachers may start getting their salaries. They have gone for 4 months without any salaries. I thought I should put this matter to rest and put the debate in its historical perspective. Mr. Chairperson, I thank you on the behalf of the people of Bangweulu.
Mr. Kamboni.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. May I begin by, first of all, thanking the Minister of Education for giving Kalomu teachers and also giving us other materials. Honorable Minister, from the 120 schools
that your World Bank gave, we are also requesting 1. Now, education is not something that should be taken lightly. Any country that invests in education benefits a lot. All the problems that we have of unemployment, poverty, not understanding climate change can be solved by education. Some countries have no natural resources like we do. Singapore is one of them. Through education, they moved from being a third world country to a developed nation. The internet that we use all comes from education. All these things that we have, and this is why any government that will put its resources on education deserves a pat at the back. So increasing the budget from 14 billion to 20 billion is a welcome move, and I would like to thank the New Dawn government. We are now looking at money issues. First, I'll begin with the Examination Council of Zambia. The Examination Council of Zambia, from the start in PF government, was receiving very little money by design. But at least now, it gets 22 million, which is for grade 12 examinations. But grade 7 and grade 9, they still fend for themselves. We are humbly asking that that could also be considered because we are looking at the money issues. Now, we come to the education system. The curriculum is what education is all about. Education in Africa has not produced what we need. It was designed by colonial masters, and somehow we have continued along that way. It was designed only to keep us reading and be end users of what our friends create. We are producing learners that are looking for employment. We need to reform the education system. Why can't we create learners or graduates that are looking for people to employ? We can change the curriculum, reform the education system so that the people that we produce are looking for people to employ, and we will solve the employment problem. But now we have all the graduates moving with the files looking for employment. Who is going to employ who? Who is going to employ who? You can't spend 17 years in school and yet you are still looking for employment. When my grandfather taught you how to fish, you went with him fishing. Within 3 years, you were able to marry and you could fish and earn a living. But the ones we are producing now are all roaming the streets because they don't know what they have to do because the curriculum has become irrelevant. We had changed the curriculum, and by the way, the minister knows, this now is the 8th year. We are supposed to analyze the current curriculum that we have. But when I looked at that curriculum, it was copy and paste. There was nothing that changed. All they did, geography and history, they bring it together, the same content, the same syllabus, they call it social studies. And they say we have changed the curriculum. Textbooks were hardly written. The same stuff. And I think we have now a very well-educated minister, a government that has got a political will. We need to start the reforms to come up with education that will make sense. There's no way I can be driving my child to school and he goes there, he learns nothing. After he completes university, he still sits with me, can't do anything. He's looking for somebody to employ him to be an office orderly or a taxi driver. That's not the education we need. We need to change the conversation of education. We need to sit down, plan, whether it takes us 15 years, so that we can come up with a curriculum that can change lives of our children and that will make education meaningful. We can't have people who go to school, all they learn is to operate computers, and they think that is education. So that when others manufacture these things, we know how to use them, they make money on us. We want to be the ones starting up new things. We come to science. Science is almost dead in this country. For the past years in PF, there are only 2 doctors involved in the real science as you go to the airport. The same 2 scientists were involved with what? Administration. When we took a trip, we went to Kitwe to look at the Saunders formula. The same doctor was receiving us in Kitwe, the one who received us in Osaka. We went to Mwinilunga, he was the same one. We went to Chilanga Scientific Research, he was the same one. We need to gather a number of scientists. We can make money through science. We need to start projects that can last for 15 years to discover some things, find out solutions to the problems that we have. We have the climate change now. We need to change the way we are doing even farming. We need scientists to come up and teach the people in the villages adaptive methods of farming that can survive under climate change. But as it is now, the environment is moving far well ahead of us. We don't deserve to have poverty in a country where the natural resources are so many. What we are lacking is the correct curriculum. Why should my child learn now memory? When did Shaka die? When was Shaka born? For what? You ask me to memorize the phone numbers, it's irrelevant. I can get data on my phone. Everything is there. I can back up on my what. So you don't need, the education system has to change. Even the methods of teaching that we teach are no longer relevant. Our instructional methods have remained outdated. We need to change them. Why should I learn and after I learn, I forget? We do know that, you see, when you tell me, I forget. When you teach me, I remember. But when you involve me, I understand. The instructional methods we do need to change. We need outcomes-based education, which will improve and which will allow a lot of us work together. Our education system does not include the attitude. You will find somebody gets a distinction from University of Zambia or from somewhere. When he comes to work, he's sluggish because he thinks he's everything. Let's work. He can't cope. But somebody who got a pass at university is a better worker. Why? The education system has overlooked the attitude. Somebody can be a slow learner, but just the attitude of, I will do it, willing to do things, it must also be recognized. We need to look at the instructional methods, change the methods, change the curriculum so that this curriculum can solve the current problems we have. Yes, we have the desks, we are talking about other things, but we need, above all, to change the curriculum so that it can adapt the current situation. My education must help me to live in my country comfortably using the resources and the surroundings that we have. With these few words, thank you very much. And Honorable Minister, continue doing a good job. May the Lord bless you. Thank you.
Thank you. Order. We have to make progress. Mr. Sampa, I've been availed two lists, one from the right, one from the left, but not everyone can speak. We don't have much time on our disposal. So what is going to happen is that Mr. Sampa will be the last speaker, and the minister will respond. I know everyone wanted to speak, but we have to make progress. We still have more heads that we have to deal with. So, Mr. Sampa can continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Straight to the point, no greetings today from the Paramount Chief. Honorable Minister, Honorable Douglas Yakarima, thank you, and I followed your statement. I just want to highlight a few issues. I'll be very brief in the interest of time. Minister, on free education, with that, my colleague brought in the issue of COVID. That's another thing. Free education in our schools, in our constituencies, countrywide, has brought a lot of pupils into our classrooms, and most of them are sitting on the floor. All the intentions that are intended just with that aspect defeats the intentions. First, the ratio of teachers to pupils. Obviously, Honorable Muchima, this debate is addressed to the Minister of Education. The ratio of pupils to a teacher is obviously distanced now. The quality of education with that obviously comes down. But I want to zero in on the desks. This budget, I looked and looked through it. There's no line highlighting how much money you intend to put for desks in the 2023 budget. Honorable Mchima is screaming, CDF, CDF. Yes, but does the CDF office have a workshop to make desks?
our CDF offices for the MP only has 2 members of staff, 1 executive PA and the other secretary, assistant. They have no idea on how to make desks. Even in our premises as MPs, there is nowhere where there is a workshop. The CDF as it is has not been practical. So putting that the desk will be done there, the approval process is in a 1-year lag. What we are implementing now as MPs under CDF was one that was approved under PF government in 2021. That's what is being launched by all the MPs, including the UPND MPs. For the 2021 CDF, 0 of what was recommended has been implemented. So if only now money is taken to the CDF, by the time the approval is done, it will be 2026, which will be too late for the people on the right and the UPND government. Let me move to the last point. School feeding. As you are talking, even your pupils in your constituents, they need desks. They are sitting on the floor in Ikeleng. The last point, Mr. Chairman, the school feeding program. I looked at the budget. In 2021, the budget that was inherited under PF had 852,000 for school feeding program. This is where our pupils in our schools, not everyone comes from a rich family. Like me, I would go to school at break time, I had no lunch box, no money to buy tumbua, and we just look at the rich people's kids enjoying at break time. And when you go back in class, you're still hungry. It was hard to concentrate. We had to fight and fight. But ultimately, along the way, we ended up beating those who were rich people's kids in terms of education. We were resilient, but not the majority in the rural constituencies. And even in Matero, in George Compound there, the schools, at break time, these kids have been summoned from their parents who are poor. Come to school, it's free. But at break time, they have nothing to eat. They just watch others eating. Now, the program was there under PF called school feeding for the poor children. The budget that you inherited as UPND was 852,000. In the next budget, the first budget of the UPND of the 2022 budget, you increased it by 15% to 979,000. Now, from 2022 to next year, you are not increasing or reducing, you've just looked at it. It's remained at 0. For next year, you are proposing the same amount as last year. You are proposing 979,000. 0 increment. It only means you are not giving this line the importance that it deserves. Free education failed in Ghana, partly, if you read and research, partly because of the poor kids could not afford to eat at break time, and they stopped going to school because of hunger. So this amount of 779, maybe it's just enough for 2 constituents, Chirundu constituents and Ikeleng constituents. What about the other constituencies? It's not enough. So you didn't put money there. That's why I have a problem, Honorable Minister of Education. Lastly, Minister, I was looking for this opportunity, Mr. Chair, to express this. Now that there's a World Cup, and I must say that I'm not plagiarizing. I picked this from the Parliament of Ghana. But it's so true of the Minister of Education and many other ministers. It's about a player who plays for Manchester United called Harry Maguire. In practice, he was scoring. Friendly games, he would score. The net would shake. To my simple games, he would score. Then when he was called to when it comes to a cup final, FA Cup final, or when he was called to the England national team, he starts scoring, but scoring on goals only. That's what is happening to the Minister of Education. He was vibrant in the opposition. That's what is happening to the Minister of Finance. He was
Honorable
vibrant in
member.
the opposition.
Honorable member, you've got a very bad tendency of debating your friends. You don't have to include, we don't debate ourselves. And you've extended it even to the chair. So I think you have to change the style of debate. We don't debate ourselves. You can continue.
Well guided, Honorable Chair, and I concede. I'll just give an example. When people, they speak theory, they'll say, I will do this, I will score. You give them a chance. Instead of scoring in the net, they start scoring on goals, upon on goals. But it's not too late. It's only in the first quarter of the first half. The first quarter is finished. We're not even half year. The game takes 5 years. So you go to the next half time, and the second half. But at this rate, it's only on goals upon on goals. With that, I support the float on education, Honorable Minister. Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Education, wind up debate.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Maybe let me start with my friend, Honorable Samba. I'm spending my energies to correct ills. So if you have seen the vibrance is not there, it is towards work. That time I wanted you to work, you are not working. I've been given an opportunity to work, I am working. So I have shifted now to do work. If you have seen, the president also is doing work. What we are doing ourselves is to mirror him. We may not be like himself, maybe him is running at a faster rate. But even ourselves as ministers, his lieutenants, we have to have a reflection of the president. So if you have not seen me talking a lot, I'm everywhere. This is why when I became a minister, I traversed this country. And I found a damage. Honorable Mabumba was saying that he has seen leakages. There are no leakages even today. What is there are teachers who are giving answers to pupils, and they are being caught. That is the damage that you created in these teachers. So I'm trying to reconfigure them. Huh? You know the damage of 10 years is quite huge. So I'm trying to re-engineer them how to come, because it's immoral to do that. It is actually immoral. So now, if you did that, and I've been explaining to teachers, if you do that, and that kid gets 6 points, and then they go to university, they are in the school of medicine, since they are used to doing dubious things, they will become doctors and they will kill you. They will become engineers. The next day that they design a bridge, it will fall the next day. So we need to reconfigure our people. All these things that you have said, all of you colleagues, many of them, if you check the budget in most of these places, it is increased. What you were talking about desks, I can tell you, my good friend, ZFU is in production of desks. Okay? Rather than only CDF, we have a company which is producing desks. Immediately the president told us that he doesn't want to see any child sitting on the floor by next December. We are running around. We have already produced, within 1.5 months, we produced 6,000 desks. 2-seater and 1-seater. We are talking about 12,000. Just when we came in, we sent monies to the PEOs to rehabilitate the desks. And we had more than 6,000 desks rehabilitated. If we had started a long time ago in making desks, today we couldn't have seen people sitting on the floor. In fact, we must be ashamed of ourselves that with all these forests, you can have a child sitting on the floor. It's unacceptable. And colleagues, you must accept that something went wrong somewhere. All right? Something went wrong somewhere. And when your colleagues come and they're trying to mend the things that you actually did, you must appreciate, because in education, like you, all of your colleagues are talking about, you do politics in education, you destroy a country. That I can tell you. The damage was immense, that I can assure you. So you check your yellow book, you find that many of the what were increased. In fact, Honorable Cassandra, I couldn't even, I was not following you properly. Because you were just defending PF. And without looking at the, without looking at the aeroport. So, it is important that we check. Yeah. So when you talk about recruiting teachers, even now, even if we employed all the teachers, Mr. Chairperson, we would still have a deficit. The only problem that we're going to have, if we do not employ the 30,000 teachers, in the next 20 years, we are going to have a real deficit. Because when we employ the 30,000, guardians and parents realize that, oh, they can employ. Then colleges of education started receiving applications. Otherwise, it was dry. And this is why I usually say that the president doesn't know what he did about employing 30,000 at the same time. He has saved the next two other presidents. Otherwise, the real crisis was going to be there. So let us all, and I like my good friend Fube, because him just told me that he has no problem with me, especially over employing teachers. I'm so grateful, Honorable Fube, because this is as it should be. Where things are happening, we must be able to say that they are happening. Yes. So in education, especially in education, please, it is working together that will help us. Those kids that we send to school, they must be taken care of. Those are the people that are going to figure in, or if you like, 21st century. If we do not do that, we are going to lag behind. Africa lagged behind the industrial, first of all, the agrarian revolution. Lagged behind the industrial revolution, we cannot lag behind today in technology. And these are things that we're trying to do ourselves. With budget constraints, but it is increasing. Mind you, the other person was saying that, yes, it looks like 20.6 billion is too much. It is a way forward. Because there are other monies that are inside, even in CDF. If you calculate so much money which comes from various places, you find that probably we are near 20%. Because now what was increased was 43.2%. There has never been an increment in education like that, ever. This is the first time. Who else was talking? Mr. Emmanuel Banda, promotions. Yes, this is another cancer that we have to cure. I agree with you, there were problems. But now we want to be promoting people. And I have told teachers, not any more connection. Teachers are only connected to their work and their kids. Nothing like you are connected. I said to them, no one is connected to anybody. You are going to earn a promotion out of what you have, and nothing else. So again, that was another damage that I can tell you, and I agree with you. So we must be able to change the way we do things. I think on quality education, it actually starts with employing teachers. That's the first thing. It starts with employing teachers. When we employ teachers and we have got standards here, we've allocated money for standards. It had never happened. It died actually. But they will now have to go and check what is obtaining down there in order for us to know, rather than when kids are in school from early childhood, primary, secondary, they go to university, they produce graduates, then you say they are graduating half-baked students. There must have been a problem where they came from. And that is what we are trying to deal with, starting from early childhood, like my brother was saying here. How do we teach early childhood so that they grow? Probably with the morals, attitudes, everything like that. And colleagues, on curriculum review, we are reviewing now just today, they brought on my table a CAB memo to go, for my colleagues to go and check. So we are on the highway. We are on the right highway. And I think that with all our efforts, we will be able to make sure that our education system is competitive. Our children must fit in the 21st century. and the 21st century thinking and transformation. Mr. Chairperson, I thank you.
Head 80, Minister of Education, head total 20,297,311,396 kwacha. Any debate? Any objection? The Acting Minister of Finance and National Planning.
Chairperson, I beg to move that head 80, program 5502 and program 5503 be amended with the words as circulated.
The question is that head 80, Minister of Education, head total 20,297,311,396 stands part of the estimate. The Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning.
Chairperson, the rationale for amendment. The Minister of Education and Promoting Equity in Africa Schools entered into an MOU in which PS would provide free education to vulnerable learners at secondary school level. The grant that government allocates to PS caters for the user fees per learner that are used to pay salaries to teachers, as well as purchase of requisite and operational costs of the school. As you may be aware, before the year 2022, there was no free education at secondary school level. Hence, PS would help the vulnerable secondary school learners. However, in 2022, government introduced free education at early childhood, primary school, secondary school level. In this regard, the government, through the Ministry of Education, has decided to reduce the grants to peers from 3,410,000 to 800,000, and increase school grants to primary schools from 380,000 to 318,000 to 321,000. This is because government is now able to provide free education to all the learners from early childhood, primary school, up to secondary school education. Mr. Chairperson, I submit.
The question is that head 80, Minister of Education, head total 20,297,311,396 be amended with words as circulated. Any debate? Any objection? Head 80, Minister of Education, head total 20,297,311,396 as amended. Any further debate? Mr. Kampiongo.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairperson. Mr. Chairperson, we understand the amendment that has been proposed by the Acting Minister of Finance to adjust the two major budget lines. However, Mr. Speaker, it would have been prudent to circulate these budget adjustments because these adjustments are quite significant. So the procedure required that they could have circulated those amendments before the minister could come and move them on the floor. And we just want to appeal to you, Acting Minister of Finance, that budgeting is a process, and this must not be taken as an afterthought. You had a process, you had the idea, the free education didn't come from nowhere.
It's a policy that you brought to this August House, and therefore, when you were deciding to make those budget expenditure line adjustments, it should have been prudent that you factored those adjustments in your budget estimates before this budget was taken to our Committee of Estimates. And so we expect you to attach importance to these matters of the budget process. Mr. Chairperson, I submit, and I would like to get the justification either from the Minister of Education or the Acting Minister of Finance, because these are significant changes that they have made to the budget lines. And like I've said, procedurally required that they should have circulated these amendments in advance and way ahead. I submit, Mr. Chairperson.
Mr. Kampiongo, every member in this House is at the fora, where all members have been, the numbers are included. Yesterday in the evenings, it was circulated. So unless you didn't have time, I saw it yesterday. So check through your phone, you will see that it was circulated. It was circulated.
I appreciate we are on that forum and we get these circulations. But what I'm saying, the cardinal point, that was just beside the point. The point is the changes, the adjustments to this budget line are quite significant. And like I'm saying, the amendment is coming. The budget had been taken to your Committee on Estimates, where these adjustments could have been made. So I'm requesting that the two ministers give us an adequate explanation as to why these adjustments are now coming at this stage when they could have done it before the budget was taken to the estimates.
The Honorable Minister of Education.
So I think amendments are acceptable here. So I'm not quite sure why he wants to say that, or to ask me why we are amending here. We are not right to amend it. So, sir, the amendment was circulated, so it was admitted. So to start asking me why you are amending now, I think it's unfair.
Thank you. And though I'm a first timer, I'm a year old and some months, what I know, amendments are supposed to be done by this committee. That's why at this stage, anything, we can move figures as long as we just confine to the budget presented. So I'm the chairperson of this committee. That's where amendments are done. If we want, we can reallocate money. It's in order. So all amendments are supposed to be done by this committee. Dr. Mwanza.
Thank you, Chair. I take you, Minister, to page 691. Secondary education, infrastructure development. You've allocated 1.2 billion kwacha for infrastructure development. Anyway, I might just take an advantage of this time because I was not given a chance to debate. Honourable Minister, it's just an appeal. I'm just urging. With this introduction of free education, there is over-enrollment in our classroom. Therefore, the technical team at Ministry of Education needs to relook at the design of our 1x2 classroom block or 1x3 classroom block. We are talking about the floor space area. It needs to be adjusted because I've looked at the standard design in my constituency. It is just a 7 meter by 11 meter floor space, which is 77 square meters, it is not enough because the enrollment for pupils is above 45. So 45 people in one classroom of that small space is not really good enough. Also, I just want to also thank you, Minister, to have visited the Kaumbwe constituency to look at Ngombe Matole School. I hope this money is going to be, we are going to benefit to complete that school. The school is called Ngombe Matole. Sure, well, that's the name. So, thank you so much, and I wish and hope that this money, the 1.2 billion kwacha, is going to be part of the allocation to the stored, the only stored boarding secondary school that we want to have in Kaumbwe constituency. I thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Education. Thank you, Honorable. It wasn't really like a question or what. He was just happy with me, and he was asking about the boarding secondary school. I will check if it is part of those that we are trying to adjust. Not really this one. We have had an allocation for those stored secondary schools this year. We'll try and check and see if it was one of those. Thank you.
Ms. Nyirenda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, for giving a chance to the people of Lundazi to just ask for a clarification. As we already know, our school should be in this program. Page 681, Honorable Minister, program on early childhood, primary education, and secondary education. I see this subtopic on 1003 is talking about the approved budget in 2021 was 561. It moved to 944. You have reduced this to 770. However, the same program on primary education, which is looking at teacher education and specialized services, was 118, it moved to 1 million, and now it has gone to 10 million. Equally, on secondary, it has moved and it has gone to almost 5 million. Honorable Minister, I would want to find out from you, what specialized services are these which reduce at early childhood and then they increase at secondary and reduce, they increase at primary and they reduce at secondary education? And I hope they include services of psychologists at early childhood who can be able to assist us assess the learners, especially those who are autistic and those others who may be having other special educational needs. I submit.
The Honorable Minister of Education.
Where we have increased, it was necessary. Where we have decreased, in fact, all the in future, so that many of you don't ask this. Where we have decreased, apart from curriculum printing of print, wherever we have reduced, and it's smaller, we have reduced because of budget constraints. Apart from curriculum, if you check, you find that under curriculum review, we don't want to overprint when we're trying to do the things. So we will, I'm now answering in advance in case you ask. Thank you.
Mr. Zulu.
Thank you so much, Chair. Minister, I'm taking you to 2 pages. Page 684 and page 691. Thank God there is an increment for the early childhood education from last year's budget of 102 to 462. Then on page 691, the same figure my colleague from Kaumbwe gave you on 3006 infrastructure development, which we have increased sufficiently. Minister, on the infrastructure development, you may agree with me that when you are in Eastern Province, you know that a good number of schools are incompleted. Kacholola is not complete, although it's working. Chivale, it's not complete, and I think some of the buildings are almost falling. And going to the only school, those two schools, they save people from Lusaka. And that is normal because 90% of those kids who are there, they're coming from Lusaka. Because our kids, now it's now that because of this bursary scheme that they're going to those good schools. Now, the Vizimumba school, where kids graduate with a grade 12 certificate.
Mr. Zulu, kids is an parliamentary.
Sorry, Chair. Chair, where our children, the pupils from Vizimumba High School, they graduate with a certificate, if it's a male, if it's a female, with a pregnancy at the same time, because there is no accommodation. And this is a school which serves two constituencies, Kaumbwe, where Dr. Mwanza is coming, and Yimba. It serves these two constituencies. And we do not have enough facilities because the school is incomplete. Yes, for now we are fighting to put dormitories there, but we won't have enough money from CDF to put up kitchens and all those things to turn it into a boarding school. From this 1.2, the money, 1.2 billion kwacha you have provided, are we seeing adjustment to a school like that one so that we can decrease the amount of STDs and pregnancies our kids are graduating with? That is the question. Our pupils, our learners are graduating with. In addition to that, are we seeing Chivare Secondary School fully opened so that the lab, the kitchen can start working? Because the schools are at 98%, 97%. So that is my question. Then on the early childhood, yes, thank you so much. You've increased the money. But the teachers you gave us this year for early childhood, we are only 8 or 10, if I'm not mistaken. Nyimba constituency is the biggest constituency in Eastern Province. It holds about 10 or 15% of the entire province. And the teachers you gave us, they are very few. Are we seeing you replacing those teachers we've taken from Nyimba, which are 62 or 42, if I'm not mistaken, out of Nyimba and without replacement? Thank you, Minister.
The Honorable Minister of Education.
I think the member wasn't really asking a question. I think he was talking about his constituency and not the budget itself. But I think that if my memory serves me well, which Chivare, because there is Chivare in, yeah. Oh. Okay. Yeah. If it is part of those that were incomplete, I think there must be a contract on site now. Because what we did was that we called all the contractors who had run away because of incompletion. But that time when I came, I promise you that we're trying to work on that. Okay, I've been inspected. This is where the contractor had locked. I don't know whether it was a hole. Yes, I think it is part of those 47 we are trying to complete. We called contractors and asked them to go back on site. We gave them some money. Those who had completed the, what do you call these? Whatever you call them. So we gave them money. Unfortunately enough, there is another school where the contractor was saying that he's still busy. I don't know which contract he was doing on the copper belt. So counter-check. But we released all the money to these contractors, unless they are really not going fast at the one. But in most of the schools, I think they've gone there. So we'll take care of everything that we have said. Thank you.
Mr. Kangombe.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Honorable Minister of Education, I take you to page 681, Program 5503, Program 5503, Minister, under Secondary Education. There's a budget line under sub-program 3006, which is described as infrastructure development. Minister, you are aware that I come from the Copper Belt province under Kamfinsa constituency in Kitwe. And you are also aware that on the Copper Belt, we've got a boarding school in Mpongwe, we've got a boarding school in Ndola Rural under Masaiti, which is Chiwala. I wanted to find out, under this provision of infrastructure development, you have allocated 1.119 billion. Is there provision for upgrading of existing secondary schools in Kitwe, at least one, to be transformed into a boarding school, so that those children that have been sponsored under the secondary school boarding schools facility could have a boarding facility within Kitwe district, which currently has got 5 constituencies? And I want to assure you, Minister, that Kamfinsa has got the infrastructure, has got the land that could be upgraded into a boarding school, so that children from Munkana, children from Kwacha, and all the other constituencies can come to one boarding school in Kitwe. So my question, Chairperson, is Kitwe covered under this 1.1 billion for upgrading of at least one secondary school into a boarding facility? I thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Education.
I think the MPs are very clever today. They are all talking about their own constituencies, indirectly debating. Yeah. So I may not speak about Kitwe per se, but the desire of government is actually where people, the distances are long, and then there are girl children. If you have checked, I was saying that the girl child, like my friend there was saying, they graduate with certificates. That pains a lot. So wherever we see a problem of that nature, we want to start moving in quickly before the kids are spoiled. The essence of a boarding school is to keep kids safe. So this is why my colleague was talking about mental health. Okay, when they are just renting in compounds and what, they come across, if you like, these people who don't respect kids. I mean, sorry for that, who don't respect children. So, Honorable Kangombe, I'm answering you. So that is the desire of government. So I'm now putting it broadly because this is what we want to do everywhere. Okay? If there's no money, we'll look for money. If there's money in the budget, which we cannot stretch, then if Kitwe is not included, it means that the next budget, Kitwe will be included. Thank you.
Mr. Mngandu.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister. I want just to also emphasize what the Honorable Member for Kavumbwe had said over the size of classroom blocks, Honorable Chairperson. If the Minister does not act now, we might have problems. We have a standard 1x3 classroom block, which comes with 3 classrooms, then a head teacher's office with good storage. But what we are witnessing, these contractors now, they are building 11 meters by, which is something that you need to quickly check on the ground. Then coming to the points of clarifications, it's on page 684. Page 684, Program 5501, Early Childhood Education. If you go to activity 1001, 1002, last year we approved 31,496,218. From the previous year, which was 2021, 11 million, we went to 31 million. Next year, Honorable Minister, you are proposing 301 million, 187,986, which I must mention that it is a commendable increment. What change should the people, particularly the children in Buli, at Mangwere, Chifunda, Mapamba, Pondo in my constituency, in Chama South, should they expect with this increment, so that at the end of the year, we hold you accountable, Honorable Minister? I submit, Honorable Chairperson.
The Honorable Minister of Education.
Now everybody will be asking the same question. Because the problem is that you have also put about the children in your constituency. Huh? So you are campaigning for the children and not the country. Me, I'm looking for the country. Anyway, the answer is that the increase in allocation is meant to cater for the introduction of the ZEO project, which I had read. Huh? If you were listening, I had read this in my policy statement. There is a project called ZEO project, which will construct 110 ECE hub centers. So whether 110 would be part of yourself is not here. 330 EC satellite centers countrywide, and provide teaching and learning and capacity build ECE teachers as well as caregivers.
Mr. Banda.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. Honorable Minister, mine is a general question covering the whole country. I think you are aware that the teachers who are tasked to invigilate exams do not get allowances. This is even when they are sent to invigilate in some areas very far from where they come from. With the increment of the budget, considering that last year it was somewhere around 10 billion, and this year we are talking about 20 billion, could these teachers expect that there will be some allowances provided going forward? Mr. Chairperson, I thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Education.
You see, you are now swerving from the budget. Eh? This time is about page so-so, page so-so, page so-so. So, that thing that you have now brought is actually very new. Huh? So, and off-cuff, I cannot categorize that it will be used for this, it will be used for this, it will be used for this, it will be used for this. Okay.
I put the question. The question is that head 80, Ministry of Education, head total 20 billion, 297 million, 311,396 kwacha, as amended, stands part of the estimate. As many of that opinion say aye, of the contrary say no, the ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Head 80, Ministry of Education, head total 20 billion, 297 million, 311,396, as amended, is ordered to stand as part of the estimates. We move to head 85, Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources.
Chairperson, thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Order, wait. Let me call on you first, Honorable Minister. Head 80, Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources. Head 85, Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources. General Policy Debate, the Honorable Minister of Lands and Natural Resources. Policy Statement.
Thank you, Chairperson. for giving me this opportunity to present the budget estimates for the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources for the year 2023. Chairperson, my presentation shall outline the vision and mandate of the ministry, as well as highlight some of the major achievements made during the 2022 financial year. I shall further highlight the challenges encountered during the period under consideration and share the significant policy measures for the coming year 2023 in relation to the estimates of expenditure for the ministry. Chairperson, the mandate of the ministry. The Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources are outlined in the Government Gazette, Notice number 1123 of 2021. That is volume 57, number 90. To be specific, the functions are outlined as follows: land policy, land surveys and mapping, land administration, registration of land and deeds, beaconing, control of unauthorized settlements, natural resource policy, and natural resources research and training. In addition, the ministry is responsible for the following statutory bodies: Agricultural Lands Board, Compensation and Advisory, Lands Commission, Lands Tribunal, and Survey Control Board. Chairperson, land as a natural resource is a fundamental resource in any society that ensures the continued existence and survival of all life forms. As such, the ultimate vision for the ministry, as expressed in the land policy, will be, I quote, a transparent land administration and management system for inclusive and sustainable development by the year 2035. In order to attain this vision, the ministry will continue to execute its mandate of strengthening land administration and management through implementation of effective land administration reforms and sustainable management of natural resources. It is for this reason that our mission statement for 2023 and beyond will be, and I quote, to administer and manage land and natural resources in a responsive, equitable, and inclusive manner for sustainable socio-economic growth. Chairperson, major achievements in 2022. During the 2022 fiscal year, the ministry was allocated 130.2 million, and in the 2023 fiscal year, the ministry is proposing a budget of 194.8 million. During the period under consideration, the ministry scored a number of achievements. For instance, the ministry was working on enhancing countrywide land titling, production of certificates of title, conducting survey mapping, beaconing on chiefdoms and in national boundaries, enhancing natural resource management through biodiversity strategy, and strengthening the land management information system. Specifically, the achievements attained were as follows. Revenue collection. The ministry collected 141,253,747 kwacha. There was a reduction of 29% compared to the revenue collected in 2021. The reduction was due to removal of survey fees and realignment of the functions, such as forestry, to another ministry. 2. Land registration and titling. Under the registration and systematic national titling, the ministry issued 58,058 certificates of title. While under the sporadic land titling, a total of 18,000 certificates have been issued by the end of the third quarter. These are ongoing activities that aim to promote security of tenure of properties. 3. Land survey. One of the critical functions of the ministry is to conduct land survey. To this effect, the ministry successfully installed part of the boundary beacons along the Zambia-DRC border. The ministry planned to survey 24,000 properties by December 2022. However, 42,498 properties have been surveyed, surpassing the target due to the high demand of the survey services, as this is usually customer-driven. Additionally, constructions of 26 boundary primary pillars were installed, and 122 boundary intermediate pillars were completed. The reaffirmation of boundaries between Zambia and Mozambique was completed in terms of field survey. These activities are undertaken to ensure the integrity of our national boundaries. Chairperson, natural resources. In simple terms, natural resources refer to materials that occur naturally in the natural environment and are used to support life and meet people's needs, while natural resource management refers to sustainable utilization of resources such as land, water, soil, plants, and animals, with a particular focus on how their management affects the quality of life for both present and future generations. Therefore, in an effort to raise awareness on the responsible management and utilization of natural resources, the ministry carried out public education awareness campaigns. 2 public awareness campaigns were conducted, one during the commemoration of the International Wetlands Day in February 2022, and the other one during the Biodiversity Day in May 2022. Land Development Fund, LDF. The ministry is committed to ensuring that land that is opened up in all is also developed. To this effect, the ministry disbursed the Land Development Fund amounting to 16,954,000,089 kwacha to 10 local authorities for the survey works, electrification, access roads, and water reticulation. The local authorities are Chirundu, Lupososhi, Chasefu, Chongwe, Lundazi, Ikelengi, Kasempa, Itesteji, Kasanengwa, and the Ngwabwe town councils. Huh? Ngabwe town councils. Digitalization of services. The ministry recognizes the impact. You are disturbing me. Chairperson, the ministry recognizes the impact digital technology has in changing business models and providing effective ways of collecting revenue and delivery services. The ministry plans to launch the Zambia Integrated Land Administration System, ZILAS, by December 2022. Currently, the system developers are working with the Smart Zambia Institute and conducting capacity building for the officers. major challenges in 2022. Despite the achievements...
Honorable Minister, your time is up, but you can wind up. You should just speak a bit quicker.
Thank you. Major challenges. Thank you, Chairperson. Despite the achievements that have been highlighted during the period under consideration, the Ministry encountered various challenges during the implementation programs. These included the following: reduction in revenue collection due to non-collection of survey fees and non-payment of the 25% penalties, encumbrances on some properties as matters are before the courts of law, and COVID restrictions. Officers could not go in the field. Finally, policy outlook for the year 2023. Chairperson, in 2023, the programs and activities will be aligned to prioritize and target outlined in the Vision 2030. Economic recovery programs of 2020 to 2030 and the objectives of 8th National Development Plan. Therefore, the focus shall be on three major programs, namely strengthening the land administration and regulation, management of natural resources, management and support services for improved service delivery. Chairperson, through you, I wish to urge members of the August House to support the estimates of the expenditure for Head 85, Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, which has been allocated a total of 194.8 million. Honorable members, with your support, you are assured of an inclusive, responsive, and administration management of natural resources for sustainable socio-economic growth. With these few remarks, I beg to move. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Jamba.
Thank you, Chairperson, for allowing the people of Mwembeshi to add a word to the head. Minister of Lands, I want to say that I support the budget and I'm in support of what you are doing. Minister, I've noted that amongst the challenges which you are saying are challenges this year, you have left a very important aspect of the degazetted forests, which are a thorny issue. You haven't mentioned in your statement those challenges and how you are going to sort them out. Minister, I'm not going to shy away to tell you that the degazation of the forest in Kawena Forest of Mwembeshi in Shirungi district was scrupulous, criminal, and one of the worst degazations in this country and in the history of Zambia. We have said, Minister, last year, we said that we wanted to have this degazetted forest again relooked, because the people who shared that forest were people who are sitting on the right of the chairperson just 1 year ago. And we said, now I can't even hear you talking about that.
Order. As the time now is 1840 hours, I interrupt the proceedings and committee work stands adjourned. The Committee of Supply will report progress and ask leave to sit again.
Order, order, order. Honorable members, let's keep calm. Let's maintain order.
Madam Speaker, I have to report to the House that the Committee of Supply on the estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year 1st January 2023 to 31st December 2023 has considered Head 80 and has made progress and asked leave to sit again.
Day for resumption of committee work.
Madam Speaker, tomorrow.
Committee work to resume tomorrow. The House is now adjourned.
Good evening. There you have it. That note brings us to the end of today's live parliamentary proceedings. Today, Thursday, 8th December 2022. We'll now have a look at business that has been considered on the floor of the House starting at 14 hours.
And so when business resumed, the House considered the 6 government bills. The first one, which is the Criminal Procedure Code Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 24 of 2022, which came at second reading stage. And so committee stage will be taken tomorrow, Friday, which is 9th December 2022. The House also considered the Penal Code Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 25 of 2022, which also came at second reading stage. And so committee stage will also be taken tomorrow, Friday, the 9th of December 2022.
And this was followed by the consideration of the Pension Scheme Regulation Bill, National Assembly Bill number 30 of 2022. It was read the second time, and committee stage will be taken tomorrow, 9th December 2022. The House also considered the Value Added Tax Bill, National Assembly Bill number 28 of 2022. It passed the committee stage, and the third reading of this bill will be taken tomorrow, Friday, 9th December 2022.
The House also considered the Property Transfer Tax Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 29 of 2022, which came at committee stage. And so this bill has passed through the committee stage, and third reading will be taken tomorrow. The House has also considered the Mines and Minerals Development Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 31 of 2022, which also came at committee stage, and so this bill has passed through committee stage without amendments, and third reading will be taken tomorrow.
So after consideration of those government bills, the House resolved into Committee of Supply and considered Head 80, that's the Ministry of Education. There was resumption of debate on this particular head, and the money that has been allocated to this head is 20,297,311,396 kwacha, and this head has been agreed to. And at the time of adjournment, the House was considering Head 85, that's the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources. We do expect a resumption of committee work tomorrow. So that's the business that was considered on the floor of the House today. Be sure to join us tomorrow starting at 09 hours. From all of us here, thank you for your time and have a lovely night.